good time zone. A happy birthday to all of those around the world. Day 3 for 3.4. We had 24 hours to process everything that happened yesterday because there was a lot. I mean, it was non-stop. I think, I thought it back over. I think the timeline I am presenting still makes sense, but I did come across an interesting question. I thought of an interesting question. And I'm not sure if we'll ever get an answer. And that is, we know that Kaslana exists outside the cycle, so that there's also always a Phynon, right? They even met each other at least once. Which means that no matter who gets reborn, there's always there's always every time a cycle is recreated, there's always the same people in it. It does not account for anomalies. Which begs the question, is there a second Castoris? That's what I'm not... That was like... Because she's not supposed to be... She's brought back to life. The original one is brought back to life through the alchemy. But wouldn't there be another one? I don't think we'll get an answer to that. Although now that I say that here, actually, I don't think there would be, based on what we know about. Well, I say based on what we know. They haven't really explained the difference between the timelines, but based on my own timeline, actually, I don't think there would be. Shall we go through the timeline? So, last time we learned that M4, that there was, M4 is of course going through this cycle. We can call it I'll call it the Scepter cycle, the original cycle, the cycle designed to solve the question of what is the prime mover of life. That went on for millions of cycles until the cycle that had Phynon and Cyrene, as well as all the other Chrysos heirs we know. And at the end of that cycle, Phynon and Cyrene are told everything by Lygus and say, lol, why would you tell us that? We're not going to do it now. And so they decide to break the cycle and create their own cycle by destroying time. Which is why there is no Cyrene in to become Orynyx in the cycle, because they destroyed time. He was supposed to be Orynyx, but in order to control the cycle themselves, that had to change. Right? So the cycles being controlled by Phynon we can call the Castellana cycle. Which I think I was confused as to why he had a different name, but I think actually his name is Phynon, but he took on the name Castellana once he started going through the cycles himself. And not the other way around. Still don't know why he changed his name, period, but I guess it was so that us as readers wouldn't be confused by who we were talking about. I don't know. We'll call it the Castellana cycle. So there's the Scepter cycle and the Castellana cycle. And the Castellana cycle is a repeat of Phynon's cycle over and over again. So it's always the same people every single time. Which is why actually I don't think there would be a second Castoris, because Castoris' cycle is the cycle before Phynon's cycle, part of the Scepter cycles. It's the one that included Polyxa, Castoris, Neus, and Calypso. At the end of that cycle, Polyxa cheats and brings back Castoris into the new cycle through alchemy, which means that there probably wouldn't be a second Castoris because she wasn't supposed to be there in the first place, I guess. Presumably the people who become Titans aren't copied over. That's why we don't see a Calypso again, because she's already the Titan. Although Castoris wasn't supposed to be the Titan, right? It was supposed to be her sister. But I guess that's going to be the explanation why there's not a second Castoris. We don't know if the other one else is reborn anyway, but per my understanding, how I think the most logical timeline is, in the original Scepter timeline, every cycle had different people becoming the Titans. And once that's broken and becomes the Castellana cycle, it's the same people because he's repeating his own cycle over and over again. So actually, there wouldn't be a second Castoris, even though maybe there could have been. I don't know. The Castellana cycle goes on for 33 million more times. The whole point is that they're waiting for Fuli to gaze upon Amphorius, as Eons want to do. Eons are voyeurs. They love looking at people. And it finally happens because of our inclusion into Amphorius. And now we've completed the cycle again, and we're going back to a new cycle, 33 million and however many extra there's been. We also got a pretty cool, animated cinematic of Phynon fighting Zafiro. I don't know what the heck that was. I don't think that's canon. I don't think that actually was happening. Unless it does happen at the end of every cycle, which is kind of interesting. But I don't see how that makes any sense whatsoever. It's cool though. And now we have to find out where the game put us, because I had to Alt F4 because the game refuses to give me any chance to stop playing. Mike just put us back into the cutscene that happened once when my game crashed. Ba-bam. So we'll just prepare for that. Switch over now. See what happens. We also got access to some kind of computer program that hopefully we'll get access to again. Yeah, okay. Put us right back talking to Mim.
Wake up! Wake up! Buddy! Wake up! You're finally awake. That's a relief. We were so close to being swept away by the reverse flow of time. It's lucky we found a safe place. Now, I'm going to send you back to the very start of time. But before we part, there's something I need to tell you. Something very, very important. That's right! At this very moment, my memories are finally whole. After watching so many fragments, my past is finally coming into focus, little by little. You're smart. You must have a clue now. Or maybe...
You knew the answer long ago, didn't you? Not surprised at all, huh? That's because I'm simple at heart. No matter what form I take, I've always been true to myself. But I'm glad that I remembered in the end. This way, I'll have no regrets.
Regrets? Where are you going?
Don't worry. We're not truly parting. Because I'm going to become a part of you. I'll turn into the memory of this cycle. The 33,550,336th Flame Chase journey. And forever reside in the heart of the Time Demigod. This way, you'll carry all that has come before, crossing time itself to reach the next cycle. My mission ends here, but looking back, I still feel lucky. After all, across 30 million Sirenes, I was the first, and the only one who got to finally meet you. So, believe me, in the next cycle, there will be another Sirene waiting for you. And in the one after that, and the one after that. I will always be waiting.
Why are you implying that this isn't going to be the last cycle?
Saying all that, I can finally fade away in peace and become part of you. Without even realizing it, we'd already taken a wonderful journey together, all the way to the world's end. Now take my hand, say a brief farewell, and step forward into tomorrow. Go, find the future Cyrene, and set out on another journey with her. Promise me you won't keep me waiting too long, okay? No need to say it out loud. This is enough for me. It's time to go, my dear friend. May your trailblazing journey always be accompanied by a cool breeze and rippling waves. And may the days ahead embrace you like the softest fluff, forever warm, forever gentle.
Now, let's turn to the next page. A page that exists because of you. Is this a meeting ordained by fate? Or a long overdue reunion?
Heroes sing the anthem of creation. Interlude. That was the end. Cool. Great. Well. Guess I could have finished it yesterday. I figured it wouldn't necessarily be the whole stream, but I thought it maybe be a little longer. Classic. So, man, 3.4 was the 8-hour-long cutscene. 3.5 though. 3.5 might be longer, might be or rather more to do. Time to do simulate. I'm not doing simulated universe lore. Unless this becomes a react stream where we watch simulated universe lore, but it's not going to be. So we're brought back to at the start of the cycle to Ides Elysiae. How far back are we brought though? Like, I mean, Cyrene's there, but you know, are we gonna have to like wait for Finon to grow up? Like, because that's like, you know, the cycle takes around 1,000 years. How long are we gonna be in here? But there's nymphs here, puzzles here. We got a whole little zone to explore.
Ah, you want this?
I heard that every group of children who went out to the village would make a promise before leaving. When they grew up, they'd meet again before this tree. Sometimes they would step on different paths, but their friendships remained as strong as ever, as if time could never wear them away. Time passes in life circles. When I find that dear friend of mine... Alright, Cyrene. Oh, this is not voiced. Hello. Surprised expression is just what the memories recorded. Got a lot of questions. Yes, you must be really perplexed. I wish I could give you the answers, but I feel helpless about the current situation too. It's me. Don't you recognize me, or do I really change that much? So, it isn't possible to store your memories completely. It's pretty unbelievable for me too. It's like I had a long dream. Cyrene's memories and Mim's memories, they're all tangled together. But when I woke up, there were only broken fragments left. I could no longer remember those 30 million cycles. Luckily, I still remember my Chrysos Air companions from this life, and you. Everyone sacrificed everything for this world, and my heart is tied to their fates too. I want to start a new chapter as soon as possible. It's just that you complained to me before about a book called Versions that always stops at the most captivating parts. Perhaps that's just how fate works, huh? Sometimes I get frustrated because of that, but I did not click that. Sometimes I get frustrated because of that, but looking at it another way, it's really important to calm down and clear your head before making a big decision, and Ides Elysiae is the perfect place for that. Cast off your heavy feelings, take a deep breath, and as a memento of our reunion, please allow me to offer you a gift. 3, 2, 1...
Check it out! Doesn't this scarecrow look just like you? I spent ages observing just to get it right.
And suddenly she talks. And suddenly she stops talking. Now, we've also planted the seeds of Trailblaze and Ides Elysiae. Take it at the start of another journey. And when the time is ripe, let's return here and write the next page of our story together. In case you feel up to it before we set off, you can find me anytime. I'll be waiting for you here. Oh, it's got the hat on it. The scarecrow, resembling you in both form and spirit, is smiling at you. This is Cyrene's welcoming gift. Do you remember what she said? If you're in the mood, go play with her. I am curious, though. Little Chimera's got a weird quest thing? Okay. One thing about the timeline. So we know that at the end of the scepter cycles, Phynon and Cyrene destroy time, right? Which involves Cyrene's death. But once the Castellana cycles start, Cyrene still exists because the Phynon, and not Castellana Phynon, but just normal Phynon, knows who Cyrene is. Like, grew up with her, but she doesn't survive the destruction of Ides Elysiae like she does at the end of the scepter cycles. And I wonder why. Like, if Phynon isn't Castellana, so it's not like Phynon kills her every time or something. she just, for some reason, doesn't survive anymore. And I guess maybe that's just due to their plan of how destroying time works, I guess? I don't know. But originally she does survive. Why are all these things here that we can talk to? Why do they all have, like... She even has another quest.
Over here, look! The reflection on the water is super cute, isn't it?
Move closer to take a look. Oh my, another charming reflection has appeared. But these reflections really make me wonder which is the real me, the one reflected in the water or the one standing on the shore. Oh, don't mind me, it's just some whimsical fantasies. Every kid has a wild imagination, you know. Well then, what should we do next? I don't know, we could hang around here, I guess. Great idea, let's take it easy and go for a walk. I'll be your personal guide. How's that sound? It's such a pleasure to lie on the balcony and watch the windmills languidly turn on a sunny and breezy day. Let me tell you a secret, these big contraptions that turn amidst the winds aren't just decorations. They have mills in them. The villagers use windmills to grind grain and bake tasty bread from flour. Why don't we lie down and enjoy the windmills together? It's okay to fall asleep. Someone will bring you bread and warm fragrance will wake you up.
Round and round the windmill spins. So slow. Oh, so slow. So slow that it's like even time it.
Itself has stopped. I'm so groggy, I guess I fell asleep. Bartolos. Now this is actually Bartolos. Alright? Wait, well, actually... was Bartolos ever a real person? Or was it always Zagreus? But, like, this is before Zagreus should be... Like, this should... Who are you? Let's find out. Will they say? My old friend. I bet you didn't expect to run into old Bartolos here of all places. Whoa there, judging by that look, you're probably thinking, am I seriously seeing a ghost right now? Well, whether or not you are, I can say with confidence that based on my highly meticulous deduction, I am at this exact moment a ghostly figment conjured by your own subconscious. Don't get it twisted. First, I am the one and only real Bartolos. Second, the real Bartolos truly wouldn't be in Ides Alicia right now normally. I just think of it as a little miracle to see old Bartolos here. You'll start seeing a lot more of us anyway. Alright, my friend. Back to business. Time for a little fun. Yeah, like every time old Bartolos got caught, I've got a short story for you. See, there was this one time back in Yannisopolis, I played a little game. I laid out 3 boxes in front of a crowd, and they had only to pay 1 coin to guess which one had treasure. Pick the right one, and the treasure was theirs. But after they made their pick, I wouldn't open just yet. Instead, I'd open one of the others, an empty one, and say, look, this one's got nothing. Want to change your pick? Of course you should change it. Smart move, but how do you know old Bartolos didn't secretly switch the treasure while you were thinking it over? Wonder why did I tell you all this? Now go open these 3 treasure chests I brought you and see what happens when old Bartolos gets a little mischievous. So that's a delusional Bartolos? We're just hallucinating? This feels like Ides Elysiae is a place outside of time, based on the seal and that we can talk to, and the Chimera we can talk to. I'm getting a feeling And that was kind of, there was some implications of that earlier where they're like, Aedes Alyssii is under the veil of Evernight. They made it seem like Aedes Alyssii is somehow separate from the rest of Amphorius. They also said Amphorius is just like Aedes Alyssii, but larger. So there's this, seems to be like Aedes Alyssii is somehow separate, but still connected to Amphorius enough that the Black Tide destroys it. So we're kind of like in this place outside of time while we wait for the cycle to restart completely. Our first book. Handwritten planting manual. Our second book. Aedes Alyssii's Farmer's Almanac. I imagine all the books are going to be in this zone. It's the only new zone. Probably find them all today. That'll be a first. We're gonna wait before we go into the fairy zone. That's gonna be interesting. Still didn't explain why there's other fairies. Why there's only 7 after millions of iterations, and why Cyrene becomes one, but... Let's see. How hard is this one gonna be? Last update, 3.3, there was 2 that were extremely difficult. Now this one, we have to have it go onto the blue, our shadow go onto the blue switch long enough for us to get over twice. Which is spooky. Not sure how that's gonna happen. And then we have to have it end on the yellow switch for us to fall into the Brazier. You can't just stop. Well, you can't just wait a turn without moving. So I'm not sure how I'm supposed to move twice over the blue bridge. That's crazy. And also end on the yellow, end it on the yellow thing. 1, 2. Oh, but there's a yellow bridge up top, so we need it to fall. I see. We need to be on the yellow, so it falls through. That saves us 2 moves. Wait, no, restart already. I messed up. No, that's not gonna work because I have to fall off the switch now, and it's not going to be. I need to be on the switch when it. Okay, we started with a doozy. I know. The ladder lets us... I think the ladder's going to let him stay in place. Because we'll move down the ladder, and he'll just... He can't move anywhere, so he'll just stay there, I think. That makes sense to me. Let's try this. I don't know if this is gonna work. It works, except I was one. I was one off, and it needs to sit for longer. So I need to climb back up the ladder. Yeah, so this... But now I'm off. I needed to be on the thing. Ah, that's the perfect maneuver, though. They go. I guess I just need to do. Nope, that's also. I got on it once. Like I can't end on the yellow. Because if I end on the yellow, I'm not gonna be there when I have to end. He has to end on the. He can't end on the yellow then. It's just not gonna work out. If I end on the yellow, for him to end on the yellow, then I can't be on the yellow when I need him to fall. So he has to end off the yellow. But staying on the ladder for that long makes it difficult. In fact, like, it's impossible. What am I missing? Maybe I do this. That gives me... No, I'm off. Ah, I miscounted again. Alright. I don't actually want to spend all the time doing that right now. I want to, like, explore the rest of these, like, little quest things. How much can we talk to Cyrene? She's back on the swing. Oh, she's back to normal. This is nice. Just having you here makes even the ordinary feel enchanting. There's still plenty of time for leisure in Ides Elysiae. You should come visit me often. This baby seal paddles all on its own like a fish in the water, calm and carefree. But why does it have such a determination in its eyes?
Soft and snuggy baby seal, splishing and splashing about. All chubby and pudgy. They're just too cute.
I'm the mightiest manly seal in all of Ides Elysiae. No room for two seals in one pond. I gotta show 'em who's boss. Now find me a worthy opponent. Looks like this, the baby seal is getting hyped up. Is it because of the compliment? Still, it's just kind of lonely all by itself here. Wouldn't it be nice if it had a companion? Why are you still loafing around? Don't make me tail slap you in the face. No room for two seals. Well, I don't know what to do about that, sir. This is a chimera of freedom, no duties to fulfill, no burdens to bear, just resting under the vast lonely sky, sleeping at sunset or sleeping even when the sun doesn't set. The little chimera darted away in a flash. Maybe its sharp sense of caution has kept it free from a life of toil. What? The wind chime sings a lovely tune. Other than that, nothing. Hold up, what's that? That tiny wooden hut is buckling under a massive weight. Something huge just appeared on top of it. What is going on?
The wind chimes are ringing, just like heartbeats. It's so romantic.
Don't panic. Oh, don't panic. It's just a little spell of mine. I tried summoning a creature from the book. It won't hurt you, and the hut's intruder, or the hut's sturdier than it looks. Oh right, there's still a little bit of leftover magic in the time. Next time you walk by, you should give it a try. Okay, so Ides Elysiae is crazy. Or this isn't even like the real Ides Elysiae, I don't know. The chime makes a pleasant sound again. Instead of a dromus, it summons a Yanis steed this time. Could it be a Trojan horse? Maybe there's a monster inside ready to invade this peaceful village. Almost as if replying to your suspicion, the wooden horse creaks open, the hollow chest has nothing inside. The chime makes a pleasant sound again, and this time a cuddly baby seal pops out. Looks like the chime's magic is limited. The more you use it, the weaker it gets. Maybe next time it won't work at all. I could use that seal. Okay. The wind chime sings a lovely tune. Nothing happens other than that. Looks like Cyrene's magic has finally run dry. Yep. I also like how we still have not gotten an explanation about March. Maybe next time. Maybe 3.5. You there, young man. Those eyes are shining bright. Let's play a game, shall we? Let's see if your gaze can keep up with me. Can you guess where I am? Closer, pile. You found me. Eagle eyes indeed. Want to play again? Talk to the teacher. Galba. Tiso's diary. Scattered class notes.
Oh, you want this?
Is there? We're collecting. There is a
Take it and
garment
amuse
maker.
yourself.
Somehow. Is it just another delusion? Another hallucination? Prayers of the Ornyx altar. A faceless statue of the Time Titan stands here, much like the one you encountered in the Abyss of Fate. It stands in silent vigil over the village, like an ancient tree that has weathered countless storms. Maybe this tiny village really is under the protection of time. How else could it remain so perfectly preserved against the ravages of time? A sudden dizziness washes over you. For a moment you think you hear echoes from the distant past. Once Piso is a little older, I'll pass down the family's prized bow and teach him how to shoot properly. One day he'll be the village's new hunter, and I'll finally get to kick back, fishing, tea sipping, living the good retired life. Oh, I'm not as lucky as you are. If I retired, it'd be a while before this village found another teacher who could fill my shoes. Maybe once Finon returns, trained and ready, I'll take a trip myself and see what's out there in the world. Okay, that's not close, but not close enough. There we go.
Oh.
Still says the world's a sandbox game. Hieronymus, Finon's father. Oh, hey. Finon's memory or talk to Hieronymus. Well, Finon's memory, I guess. Finon, you brat. You're finally back. Skipping out on chores again. Where did you go? I was just back out in the warehouse. Messing with those ancient treasures from the Chrysos War again, weren't you? Be honest, that little clay jar you're so obsessed with, I'd bet it's just Piso's granddad's old pickle crock. Let's not argue over that now, Dad. What I wanted to say is, I've packed my bags. Oh. Huh. I almost forgot. Kids, you're quick on your feet, just like me. Your mom still doesn't believe it. When are you leaving? Your mother and I will see you off. At the lucid hour of the day after tomorrow. You don't have to send me off. It's too early, and the fieldwork never ends. I'll be fine on my own, really. Alright, have it your way, kid. Not long ago, you couldn't even lift a hoe, and now you're off to Castrum Kremnos to train with a sword. If Ides Elysiae ever loses its wheat field, I don't even know how do we keep track of the seasons. Well, I'm afraid I won't be around to help you and Mom harvest for a long while. Don't worry about it. Your mother and I are still strong as a pair of oxen. Even without you, we'll keep this household running just fine. Focus on your swordsmanship. Don't get lost in idle thoughts. Even if you never become the deliverer they sing about in the legends or can't protect the whole world, we still need to come back and protect this little village of ours. How many times do I have to say it? I'm not cut out to be some deliverer. Will you roll for Finon? Probably not. For one, I'm kind of broke.
There's no trick to looking after crops. Just have to have patience.
Two, I guess he's probably the main character of his own team, and I definitely don't want to build another full team. That's a lot of work. I've got 3 teams already. Oh, it's you. Not every day a guest shows up in this village. Nice field, huh? Yeah, it's pretty beautiful. I know, right? The crop's looking fantastic this year. Look at that golden hue. Doesn't it outshine Amnestia's dress? You're one of us now. No need to be shy. With such fine weather, once our grapes have fermented, be sure to take my kids out to the wheat field. Sit in the sun, feel the breeze. I'm not bragging. It feels great. Wind chime swayed, but doesn't make a sound. Take a closer look and nothing seemed broken. Maybe it just needed the right moment to ring. Oh, fine on. Good timing. Have you seen Piso around? Did Piso tick you off again? You bet. His teacher came knocking and said the little rascal's been skipping class lately. I was about to have a real talk with him, but to my surprise he vanished first thing this morning. Must have known what was coming and ran off early. He might be over by the granary. Got it. I'll drag him back in a bit. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, a little scamp. If only he were half as easy to deal with as you. About the upcoming trip. You guys set a date to head out yet? I caught some fat rabbits the other day, and they're all cured and ready. Be sure to swing by and grab them before you leave. It'll probably be soon. Alright, once you've picked a day, let me know. I'll come. I'll walk you to the fair myself. If you ask me, I'd say young folks should get out there and see the world themselves. Gotta be better than staying stuck here forever. And when you get tired, just come home. The smoke in the village always rises earlier than Aquila. Go on then. I've got a certain brat to hunt down myself.
Piso, you little rascal. Bet you're goofing off somewhere again.
Well, if it isn't this the young lad who's always a fight on, rare to see you wandering around alone. Here, Try some smoked meat I made this morning, coated with a mild honey, or wild honey even. Smells amazing, perfect for young folks like you. This is delicious. You bet. You can eat as much as you want. This is from a deer I bagged last week, real tender meat. Would have been even better fresh out of the pot. Too bad you missed it. Next time I'll let you try my fried fish. Bet you never tasted anything like it. Do you remember what Finon was like as a kid? Coming on now. He's still pretty much a kid, isn't he? But yeah, when he was younger, he was a lot like my little rascal at home. Boys are all the same, heads full of hero stories, always dreaming of saving the world. Don't let this serious face fool you. He used to roll around the wheat fields of the branch. By the way, if you want to learn how to catch field mice, he's the one to ask. That kid's got real skills. Gotta go. Sure, come by again when you've got time. Finon, you once said you wanted to leave Aedes Elysia and explore the wider world. How's that going? Everything's ready now. Good to hear. Life here is quiet, but out there, you'll need to stay sharp. Just don't pressure yourself. Whatever you choose, as long as it's what your heart tells you, that's enough. As for the info of the Grove you asked me to look into, I've managed to dig up a few leads. Though I've never been there myself, they say the sages of its various schools are all brilliant minds, learned, skilled, and deeply respected. Studying under one of them would surely take you far. Just wait, I'll come back a master. Yeah, that's the spirit. But I've also heard the Grove of Epiphany places great value on open debate and independent thinking. The academic scene is extremely free, so much that bizarre and radical theories pop up all the time. If you really plan to go, you'll need to keep your eyes sharp. Learn what you can, but don't lose your way. I'll keep that in mind. Well, I've rambled enough. I must have had your fill off with you now.
Time for a little talk with their parents.
Oh, you must be a friend of Finon's. Welcome. Not the best timing, though. It's a busy season in the fields right now, and the school's on break. Otherwise, I'd have loved for you to tell the kids a bit about the outside world. I'm actually curious about the village school. Oh, then let me give you a quick tour. I've divided all the village kids into 3 classes by age. Each group has different lessons and schedules. The little ones will learn arithmetic and geometry and morals, and the middle group studies geography and our prayer ceremonies, and as for the oldest, they're free to explore what interests them. Teachers just guide them along the way. Sounds pretty relaxed, doesn't it? Just the basics. After all, once they grow a little older, they'll be helping their parents in the field, so no need for complicated knowledge. Still, I do hope that one day they'll step beyond the village and see the world for themselves. How are the kids? Same as always, turn your back and they're climbing the curtains. Even the toys I've confiscated lately are way more creative than in Finon's time. Can you believe it? Though it's just a rough shape, some kids are already carving little horses by hand. Maybe we have some future priests of Yanis in the making. Alright, bye. I'm sure the kids would love to meet someone with your experience and stories. Oh, Adato, Finon's mother. Hey, Mom, I'm home. Look at your expression. Got your bags all packed? Can't hide anything from you. Yeah, I'm all set. Heading out the day after tomorrow. You've always been easy to read, my sweet child. Since you were little, I've just had to glance your way to know what's on your mind. You said you're going to Castrum Kremnos, right? I wonder how far that is from Aedes Elysiae. No clue. I heard that Castrum Kremnos roams around slowly, just like a dromus. Don't worry, Mom. Once I finish my studies, I'll come straight home. Who knows, maybe one day that city will wander right past our village. And then I'll have to keep watch from the haystack, just to see if a mountain-sized dromus is headed for Aedes Elysiae. When the day comes, your dad and I will fire up the stove, get a feast ready. You'll see the golden fields and the kitchen smoke curling, and know you're home. Even without the smoke, I'll always know where home is. I know these wheat fields better than anyone, except Dad, maybe. When I get back, I want honey sun cake with smoked venison and olive juice. Knew you'd say that. And if you make any friends, bring them home. The whole village will throw a proper feast to welcome them. You got it. Can't help wondering the people I'll meet out there. Yeah, I believe in you. You'll definitely find kind and sincere people to walk beside you. Just remember to treat them with the same kindness and never let their hearts go cold or hopes turn sour, okay? I won't, Mom. I won't let anyone down. Not them, not you, not Dad.
Working with your own hands and harvesting, that makes people happy.
Ah, you're a friend of Finon. Welcome, welcome. Sorry, I just came in from the fields and got a bit of a mess. Have you been busy with the fields? Not too bad. The month of cultivation and the month of reaping are the toughest, but the rest of the time is pretty manageable. Now look at me, got so caught up chatting I forgot my manners. Come on in, make yourself at home. Once my kid's back, I'll have you try out my best honey sun cake and smoked meat I just finished currying. Alright. Old cargo bill of lading.
Ah,
Or
you
lading.
want this?
Hello, esteemed guest. We meet again. Are you from the New World? I don't believe so. My connection to you is more intimate than the outside world. Ides Aliciae is influenced by a unique power that molds me from your memories. Magic, one might say. In this form, I inherited the ability to sense weavers and the duty to collect nymphs. I'm sure you recall my former purpose. Regardless, thank you for your continued assistance. If you find any nymphs, please lend to me a hand. Oh, there's a seal. Oh, Bartolos. Oh, you're not gonna run off? Did I spook you? I was supposed to make a debut here and give you a real scare, but you already bumped into me somewhere else. Still, I can't let this setup go to waste. Let's see, how about a consolation prize? I'll whisper to you a world-shaking secret. Sound good? It better be world-shaking. And I've got this, what I've got is the real deal. Cross-world certified. Life is a game of mystery chests. Anything can be hidden, anything can be revealed, anything can be manipulated, and anything can be turned into data. Can you tell the implication of this metaphor I'm referring to right now? I really want to know what's beyond the sea, but I can't sail, and I can't swim. I heard there's a sea-splitting prayer. Rending my form, setting free. Being invincible, so lonely. Guess I'll just let the water drown out my greatness. If I don't find another seal to have a slamming duel soon, some of my best qualities might just... I know another seal. Really? Take me there. There's only room for one top seal in this pond, and I'm gonna prove it myself. Silence. A long, tense silence. Two baby seals lock eyes, each scanning for an opening. Like duelists ready to draw their blades, you can almost feel the weight of their impending clash. The moment is set, and an epic battle is about to begin. They just said hi. That's it? You're not gonna fight? We've already battled in our minds. A real clash would shatter this world. When you meet a kindred spirit far from home, you don't fight, you vibe. The new seal seems to love it here. Look how well they're getting along. Thanks to you, Ides Aliciae is getting livelier by the day. Fast are two seals. Two kindred seals, each claiming world-ending power, or at least that's what they said. If a bard were to write a song about them, I'd bet it'd be a hit with the kids. Let's just call it Two Seals. Ah, we got a new pose. Irene's steady breathing suggests she's sleeping soundly. Wait until she wakes up.
Gotcha! I'm totally wide awake.
I was just resting on the table when I spotted you coming from afar. Still so cool and composed, just like in my memories. Well then, what should we do next? Do something meaningful. Great idea. I have something in mind too. Can I join you? Look, this place looks like how I remember Ides Elysiae. Once the wind blows through again and the wheat starts swaying, it'll be even more beautiful. If only we could capture it somehow. I got a camera. A photo stone. Oh right, it can save the scene perfectly. What a clever invention. Too bad the memory card's full. So no more room for memories, huh? It's okay. Give it a little tap. Sometimes small miracles happen in Ides Elysiae. The lighting's just right. Mind if I give it a try? Sure. Thanks. I knew I could count on you. What's at the surprised look? How could a moment worth remembering not include you? Honestly, you're the star of the whole scene. Alright, give me a smile or make whatever face you like. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 1. Didn't see that coming, did you? Candid shots are way more fun than posed ones. That expression was perfect. It's a shame the photostone really can't save any more memories. No miracles this time. But hey, it's not about the photo, it's about the feelings that matter. Just thinking I took a photo of Victorian blues is enough to make today special. Don't you think so too? Maybe that's why you're always carrying this photostone around. With it, it's like your friends are always right there with you. Plus, you could think of it as destroying the evidence. No photos means I can pretend I looked a little slimmer. What about you? When you think back on today, how will you picture me? Well, you're shorter than I thought. But I guess just as you are now. I'm not too worried. We'll meet all kinds of people and experience all sorts of things in the future, and some of those memories will bring us right back to how we felt today. When that happens, we'll get to paint even lovelier versions of each other in our memories, won't we?
I'm feeling kinda sleepy. Time for some shut-eye. See you in dreamland.
It's a little chimera. Maybe you've run into it somewhere before.
What an adorable chimera! It deserves a really sweet name. Any ideas?
Let's call it Guardian of the Wheat Field. Let's call it Holy Wubbaboo. Let's call it Curious Chimera. Let's call it Soy Dusted Mochi Cakes. I like it. Perfect. It looks soft and squishy. It really does seem happy with its new name, Soy Dusted Mochi Cakes. I'll be calling you that from now on, little one. You're welcome to visit any time, and if you ever decide to stay, we'll bring you lots of yummy treats. You might even grow taller than that big tree over there. Wait, if that happens, won't Chimera turn into a Dromus? Kidnapping for purchase. Interesting, after we complete all these, we get like a wind chime sound. Are we building up more magic? Yeah, I'm amazing. As long as I'm here, no bird's gonna steal a single grain. Could always toss a chimera in here too. Standing on the shoulders of giants counts as being capable too. Torn sacks of flour block the road and the cart lies overturned, clearly the result of some tremendous force. A hulking beast appears on the horizon. A Dromus in Ides Elysiae, that's a big problem. But there's even a bigger problem. It's heading straight for the village. The village buildings are mostly made of bricks and tiles. Basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for a Dromus. You have to stop it. Get tough. No other choice. Time to do let the bat do the talking. Wait, is this the Dromus? Amazing. I've only ever seen one in books. I've always wanted to ride one someday. What a sweet kid. You must be lost, huh? Don't be scared. It's okay. Cyrene grabs your hand and climbs onto the back of the Dromus.
Won't suddenly jump up and fling me off, will it?
So high up, it's like we're sitting on top of a mountain. Let's ride around some more. I'm enjoying this so much. And so the two of you ride the Dromus, wandering into the distance beneath the sunset. Oh, and where are we now? Is this still Ides Elysiae? Jurassic Garden. All these things teleport me around the village, and it's like I have to run back to get this stuff.
Oh.
Another puzzle. I know this girl. Oh, there's Piso. You're Mr. Finon over here. Shh, keep it down. What trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? This one really wasn't my fault. As my dad's birthday's coming up, I thought I'd make him some gloves out of leather, so I've been out in the woods a lot lately. But I skipped a few classes to do it, and now Miss Pythias is on my tail. A few classes, huh? Don't sweat the details. It's not like I skipped class just to goof off this time. But promise me, Mr. Finon, you won't rat me out, okay? Or my behind's really gonna be toast. My dad asks, just say I'm by the granary. That's where I usually hide anyway. Oh snap. That's what I said. Anyway, don't worry, Mr. Finon. I'm your #1 follower. Even if you leave to explore the world, I'll keep all the brats here in line. And when you two become legendary heroes, Livia and I will come join you. You gotta tell us all about your adventures and feed us tons of delicious stuff. It's a deal, don't you dare forget. Once I leave the village. Alright, I get it already. You said 1,000,000 times, I know what's coming. Listen to Dad, practice archery, no picky eating, no skipping classes, no bullying, Livia. Did I miss anything? Remembering isn't enough, you gotta do it. Everything except the last one is fine. That girl's fierce. I mean, who would even dare to bully her? Anyway, don't worry, Mr. Finon, I'm your #1 follower. All the same thing I just said before. Got it, I find a better hiding spot anyway. Catch you later.
Ugh, boring. I want to go fishing.
Where should I hide? Oh, what? You scared me. What are you up to? Nothing. I was just scoping out the next competition spot, just so you know. I'm the hide-and-seek champion of this village. Pretty awesome, huh? So that's how it is. Yeah, that's right. No bragging here. So, did you need something? Can't you see I'm busy? You can tell me about Finon, huh? You two are glued together most days, and now you're asking me, huh? Knew it. No one in this village is tighter with Mr. Finon than me. Let me tell you a secret. Mr. Finon's destined to be a great hero. This is from the Oracle card. This is the Wheel of Orynyx. Once I've grown and mastered swordplay and archery, I'm heading out to find Mr. Finon. I want to be a hero too. Well, maybe if Livia begs me to bring her along, I might consider it. Good luck. Thanks. I think I'll take all the luck I can get. Now, no way my dad's finding me this time. Livia's drawing book. Finon, I prepared a farewell gift for you. Aren't you happy? What kind of gift? Yeah, I can't show it to you yet, or it won't be a surprise. But to make up for it, I'll tell you a little secret. That dummy Piso also prepared something for you. He's way too shy to say anything. Take care of yourself, alright? I will. Livia is going to study hard and learn lots and lots of things. Then when I'm a big kid, I'll drag that dummy Pisa with me, and we'll go on adventures and save the world together. Hey, Finon, how much longer do you think it'll take for us to be as amazing as you? It won't be long. Oh, I wish I could grow up faster. Not why the days in ID's Alicia I have to go by so slow.
I want a pet puppy. A bunny would be fine too, I guess.
Where did the butterfly go? Oh, I know. You're Finon's friend. Are you chasing butterflies? No, not chasing. I'm just observing. That one was a silver-winged butterfly, the kind with little star-shaped spots on its wings. So pretty. Do you like butterflies? I know lots of beautiful ones. I even know where they live. I can take you to see them if you promise to be my friend. Alright. Bye-bye. Come find me anytime you want. There's 10 nymphs in this place. Probably in the other part of the zone. Nope, no magic. Well, that leaves the fairy place. The Membrance Maze.
Oh.
Okay, there's way more fairies than just 7 of them. I guess that actually makes more sense. A tinder shoot hangs low as if waiting for someone as you draw closer. Golden buds gently bloom, releasing a few seeds into your hand. You recall the flower pots and the sacrament courtyard. Maybe you should plant them there. Makes more sense that there's more than 7 fairies, but doesn't help us explain what fairies even are. Maybe this book will say something. Visitor to the Fairy Kingdom. Dolimim, Millimim. Sorry, we're full here. But you're the only one here. Fine, pull me up and the table's yours. This is how I wake up every day.
Me.
Oh great, they don't talk anymore. They just make noises. I'm furious, Mimi. I told the fairies to water the fields regularly, and they called me a delusional dreamer. Why does the sky rain? Why do springs flow downhill? And why do we pour water onto the fields? So many crafts have been lost. So much knowledge forgotten. So many lovely poems have become nothing but meaningless notes of Mimi. Back when I wandered far and wide, I saw wheat fields blanketing the hills, every ear of grain as big as a fairy's hand. Alas, I bet you've never seen that either, Mimi. How did you leave this place? I've forgotten. Maybe I moved here, or maybe I dreamed of the maze long ago, Mimi. Alas, every generation worse than the last, Mimi. The fairies are losing their memories? A mailbox designed specifically for fairies. As you dig through the chaotic pile of letters, you spot one addressed to you. Oh. The first letter. The first letter. The very first one ever. To our friend from the outside, do come and make friends with fairies, Mem. Everyone here is warm and welcoming. Remember, only children with pure hearts can ever find the path to the maze. I've included some little gifts with this letter. Hope you have a wonderful time in the maze, Mem. Spoken with by Dolly Mem, penned by Relly Mem. Letters from the Fairies 1. That's actually a real book. The paths to the Memorance Maze have long been forgotten. Your arrival has brought the forest back to life. Since the leaves and vines have opened wide to welcome you, since ancient songs have guided your steps, we shall treat you as an honored guest. We'll gather around the fire and share the rain and stories and the laughter. When that day comes, don't forget to tell us your story too. How did you become the village chief? That was a long time ago. Back then, saplings had yet to stretch toward the sky. You could still count the rings inside a tree stump, and the maze wasn't nearly as full as it is today. The first fairies to arrive, some ran off to play in the deep woods, some fell asleep and never wanted to wake up. As for me, I simply wandered to wherever help was needed. I don't know how long it's been. Little by little, the village grew more lively, and then one day, the children just started calling me chief. What does the chief do? Being a chief isn't as easy as you think. Planting crops, drawing water, I have to handle it all, and when the fairies get into fights, I'm the one who has to break them up. Then there's the praying to the heart of the maze, listening to the whispers of time, interpreting the prophecies it leaves behind. And above all, there's the waiting for the prophecy to come true, waiting for fate to draw near. Waiting, you see, is the most important job of all. It's a promise. When little ones hear your tales from the outside, well, they'll wag their tails with joy. So they get prophecies too. Maybe the fairies are the true Memo sprites. And are actually creations of... I mean, if Cyrene became a fairy through Fuli, then I guess technically they are creations of Fuli or something. But why here? Why so many of them? What do they do? Mailbox made from just for fairies, stuffed to the brim with colorful letters. Come on, take a look, Mimi. Step right up, step right in, come and taste it, Mimi. Welcome, dear guest. What would you like to order today? Candied quill orb berries, quill orb fruit brew, oven baked quill orb berry pie, quill orb salad, quill orb berry jam. We've got it all, Mimi. Please take your pick. Why is it all quill orb? Sorry, Mimi, truth is, we don't even have any quill orbs. I'm just practicing my restaurant service lines. Even though the restaurants in the maze have long been closed, I've always dreamed of being a server, Mimi. Carrying hot dishes fresh from the kitchen, unlimited staff meals every day, that must be the best job in the whole world. I don't even think I was born for it. Or I even think I was born for it. But before that, I need to practice and practice hard. Come on, take a look, Mimi. Step right up, come in and try, Mimi. Magnate?
Me.
22 cicada shells, 15.5 cobbles, 7 flower petals. That's my entire fortune. Rounded up, I could buy half the maze, Mimi. Wilted petals aren't worth much anymore, but I don't care, Mimi. You know why? Because I'm rich, Mimi. How'd you earn it all? I haven't the slightest clue, Mimi. That day, I was just about to trade a petal for a quill orb when a gust of wind blew it into the stream. I sighed a big mim sigh, then I looked down and my feet were surrounded by tiny or shiny glittering cobbles. Fate really is full of surprises, Mimi. I got so mad I just tossed them all away, Mimi. Then the cobbles hit a tree branch and the cicada shells came raining down like a summer storm, Mimi. In an instant I had everything, and it felt so empty. What should I spend it all on? Hire fairies, extract surplus value. Throw a banquet. Now you've made my tummy rumble, Mimi. I want to eat something warm and delicious too. But when I offered a whole cobble as a reward, I doubt there's a single proper chef left in all of the maze, Mimi. Does this one have a mustache? Yes, it does. Soup drawn from spring water at the mountain's source. Once boiled, its crisp sweetness blend perfectly with the scent of white taro, Mimi. Seasoning, salt, rock salt from deep beneath the earth. But alas, the grains were too coarse and the heat wasn't quite right. The soup turned murky and the white taro came out a little too firm, Mimi. Ma'am, this taste, it's unfamiliar. Couldn't tell what it was? Mimi, no one's allowed to question my professional palate. I can taste every single drop of seasoning in that stew, Mimi. This is dust from the rooftop, Mimi, a sprinkle of thyme's essence added to the stew. This is a splinter from a hose handle, Mimi. You can almost taste the toil of the harvest. This is hair from the back of a fairy's hand, Mim. Who started cooking without washing their hands, Mimi? What a lovely little cabin. I really want to take a peek inside. Was I too soft when I knocked? Maybe the owner isn't home. Oh well, I'll visit again at the next entry hour. See these stacks of stones over here? This is my masterpiece. As long as you keep your balance, you can pile up big stones right on top of the small ones. Hey, don't poke it. Does it need? Oh, it needs to be this small too, actually. I'm making it bigger than it needs to be, which is crazy. There we go. Ah. Nope, just... It's right there. There we go.
Who came up with this? Seriously, go rewrite it.
You want to join the dance too? The Ray only dance is starting soon. Ring the wind chime and you're in, Mim. Well, it's just the two of us for now, but hey, look at the bright side. No competition for dance partners, Mim. I could listen to it forever and never get bored. Still, I better go deliver that letter or I'll be late, Mim. But really, why write letters when you could just walk over and talk to a person? Doesn't make sense to Mim. Ever wonder why there's a mural of a sun inside a tree hollow where no sunlight reaches? I don't get it either. Maybe it's part of the landscape design. Surprised this doesn't have like a thing to interact with. Like, what is this? Hey there, new guest. Welcome, Mimi. Got your eyes struck on my dance? Can't look away, huh, Mimi? Well, no surprise. I've been practicing this routine forever. Every move is etched into my head. By the way, Mimi, have you come across any other dancing fairies lately? Yes. They always run off the moment I get close. And it looks like everyone's sneaking in some secret practice, all hoping to wow the crowd at the dance party. The dance is starting soon. I need to get ready to shine. Don't forget to come cheer for me. So what is this harp? Or lyre? A lyre intended to play on its own, forever weaving melodies. No applause or tips required. But why? Golden butterflies. So it's some product of amnesia? You really came to the dance, new guest. That outfit, are you dressed as a cold, mysterious knight from a story? You might even win the dance crown yourself. Every time the big tree sprouts new leaves, we host a new dance. We pluck the freshest twigs to weave into a crown for the finest dancer. Mimi, I'll let you in on a secret. The winner gets the biggest tree blessing and one wish. What would you wish for? Mim, as a dancer, the only wish worth making is to let the dance go on forever and ever. Midsummer Night's Dream. Is that everything? I didn't go down. I have to go down there. Although, where does that take me? I guess we'll go back up, because where does that one thing take me? There are a lot of golden butterflies, so there seems to be some ties to amnesia in this place. Oh, this takes me to the lower floor. You slip through the hollow in a tree and descend to the lower floor. Nice. Saves me time. Check my mailbox. Deep green moss has crept into the top pile. This mailbox made for tiny fairies is so old that even the wind can slip effortlessly right through the cracks, just like your gaze does. Inside you see a mountain of letters, lying forgotten. Your morality wars with curiosity, yet your hand has already made the choice for you. About cleaning. To my dear friend Snowy, good afternoon. Or good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you. You haven't written back once since that rushed goodbye. Do you still remember our promise to explore the outside world together? I've been diligently practicing my branch swings 100 times every single day, Mim. You're so terribly late, and that I'm really starting to get upset, Mim. Even if you're already embarked on your journey without me, please write and share your adventures. I'll read them as bedtime stories and fall asleep with your letters beneath my pillow. Your dear friend, Mifamim. Yes, Snowy, the chief borrowed your wondrous cleaning gadget and completely wore it out. I've tried everything to fix it, but nothing works. Now the dust of my cabin is thick as a snowdrift and flies everywhere at the slightest touch. What should I do, my dear friend? A letter from Finon's childhood pen pal. How many pen pals do you have? This tiny fairy, Mifamim, has been waiting all this time for Finon's reply. What should you do? Write a reply for Finon, I guess. If it were Finon, he definitely would. Most don't realize your quill pen isn't just for battle. Where's one surprised usage of it? It writes, you haven't written in ages, and honestly, you're starting to itch. First, address the recipient. How should you begin the letter? Imitate Finon's tone of voice. Dear pal, it fills me with joy to receive your letter. Now for the middle. Mifamim's into adventure stories. What should you tell them? Journey is going to take a long while to tell. Akama, Castrum, Kremnos, the Grove of Epiphany, Abyss of Fate. I've walked through so many places over the years. And for the ending, Mifamim has no clue how to clean their treehouse. Teach them how to make a broom. What I made for you back then was actually called a broom. Well done. Well, it wasn't so hard after all. Dear Mifamim, dear friend, I was ecstatic to receive your letter. I'm sorry I had to set out on my journey without saying goodbye. Some things just couldn't wait. As time flies, the past feels like a hazy trance, a brief nap on a heap of grass in the maze. It's as if I'm speaking to my past self as I open this letter. Regardless, thank you for writing to me. Abyss of Fate, Akama, Castrum Kremnos. I've wandered far these past few years, but I think you'd like the Grove the best. The people there live atop an ancient towering tree, old and grand enough to house tens of thousands of little fairies. I pursued my studies there for a period of time and met reliable friends and teachers I'll never forget. One day I hope I can introduce them to you. That thing I made for you back then is actually called a broom, an essential tool in the outside world. All you need are 30 leaves, as long as your arm, and a sturdy grass rope to bind them together. If counting to 30 is a bit much, just ask the chief for help. Best of luck to you. I know our paths will cross again someday, and when they do, I'll tell you every story I've ever lived. Forever and always, your good friend. Mission complete. You slip the letter into the mailbox. Wonder what kind of face Mifamim will make when they get the letter. Maybe the reply will come tomorrow. Check again. With a nervous heart, you wait for the mailbox all day until at a certain hour you heard a sharp clang. The old mailbox stands there awkwardly, tottering as if a gentle wind might knock it over. You gently open the door, scattering bits of grass and dust. Amid the cobwebs and moss, a brand new letter lies atop an old stack. To my dear friend Snowy, you wrote back, I was so excited that I greeted every passing fairy. The chief told me you've gone somewhere far, far away and couldn't possibly reply. I never believed him. It really was you, wasn't it? I followed your instructions and made a broom. The house was sparkling clean in no time. The power of a broom is incredible. I probably shouldn't check the mailbox daily. It's getting worn out fast. Back then, you fixed it in just one afternoon with all those clinking and clanking. How exactly did you do it? I'd like to fix it myself, but I simply can't remember. Your dear friend, Mifamim. Mifamim's handwriting is literally leaping off the page, their delight radiating through the paper. Oh, okay, we're just gonna keep doing this. Keep replying, no turning back now. First up, the opening, the cell of any letter. Mifamim seems to have noticed something amiss. How to convince her otherwise? Share some of Finon's secrets. Of course, I'm Finon, good partner. When I was 8, now for the middle. The art of my letter. Mifamim wanted to see how to fix the mailbox, and honestly, it could use some fixing. Teach them about email. Teach them about Mortice and Tenon joints. I once traveled to an ancient kingdom where their carpentry defied all I knew. And finally, the ending. A good one that makes all the difference. Seriously, if you want to make the topic of writing more sublime, this is it. Gotta end with a flourish. When your fingers trace the grain of wood, you start to feel what it feels. All done. Well, it wasn't so hard after all. Dear Mifamim, dear friend, of course I'm fine on. Born in Ides Lycia, I'm the son of Hieronymus and Audata. While my family bonds nearly end the day I left the wheat out in the rain when I was 8, so let's just say a parent's tough love is a form of love nonetheless. Likewise, maybe the village chief was just worried about that you'd be scammed. A little caution never hurt anyone, after all. I once journeyed to an ancient land where people lived in ships. Their homes adorned with vast resplendent sails gliding across the void. They had a unique philosophy of woodworking, using interlocking Mortice and Tenon joints to build structures of astonishing stability. Perhaps it might inspire you when fixing your mailbox. You can't just say... That doesn't explain what a Mortice and Tenon joint is, but whatever. When your fingers trace the grains of wood, you start to feel what it feels, and when you disassemble a decaying wood board to paint it anew, you're giving it another chance at life. There's only a 99% ink left in this pen, so I'm going to stop here for now. Forever and always, your good friend. Written in one go. Wonder what kind of face Mifamim will make when they get the letter. How many letters are there? These are all actual books, too. Mailbox has been reborn, and no more moss, no more cracks, no more chilly wind whistling through. It stands proud and tall, ready for your inspection. You instinctively reach for the mailbox. Sure enough, a new letter rests right atop the stack. To my dear friend Snowy, how I wish you could see the mailbox now. While I was at it, I fixed the crooked shelves and creaky beams too. Even if I'm gone one day, they'll stay solid and steady, right up until the world's very end. There's something I've been curious about for a while. How is it that I receive replies so promptly whenever I send you a letter? Would you mind sharing that little secret with me? All this activity has made my tummy rumble like crazy. I can still remember exactly how that cookie tasted when you broke it in half and shared it with me. You wouldn't mind... could you teach teach me your recipe? Your dear friend, Mifamim. Even without Mifamim spelling it out, you can tell the repair project was a success. That warm sense of satisfaction washes over you. You owe me another one, deliver. First things first, the opening. Mifamim was very puzzled by how he managed to reply so quickly. Well, you know, try to smooth things over. Does smoothing things over... Does that out myself? Do I, like, say, like, actually I'm not fine on? Should I continue to try to be fine on? We'll try. Maybe it was the power of our thoughts. Some things just feel right. You're not supposed to overthink them. Now for the middle part. Mifamim wants to know how to make cookies. Eat, nap, eat again. That's just how fairies live their best lives. Introduce something more a bit exotic. Sure. The bustling streets of Akhmar are known for extraordinary cuisines. Among them lies a dish that serves a soul, known only as red soil. That's not what I thought. Okay. Finally, the closing. Everything has been said. How much left to reply? Then just a gentle check-in. Make sure you're eating well, sleep tight, and smiling every day. All done. Wasn't hard after all. Dear Mifa Mem, as for how it arrived so quickly, maybe my longing for you has given it wings, or maybe time flows differently in the maze, and I'm afraid only time itself knows the answer to that. The bustling streets of Akama are also home to extraordinary cuisines. Among them lies a dish that serves the soul, known only as red soil. It's a bit of an acquired taste, but making it is simple. Just press the right kind of red soil into a solid brick. It melts in your mouth and the flavor lingers beautifully. That's all from me now. Eat well and sleep tight, be happy and live joyfully. Yours, your good friend. Smooth. I wonder what kind of face of Mim will make when they get the reply. Wait by the mailbox. I'm not sure how the person doesn't see us standing by their mailbox. Me. Is this the little fairy who's been waiting or writing to find out all along? May, why won't the wind chime ring anymore? Did something happen? A visitor I've never seen before, Mimi. No matter how strong the wind, how heavy the rain, or how hard I strike it, this wind chime won't make a sound. So I'm wondering, maybe something's broken. This little fairy seems troubled. You've been pen pals this long, might as well see it through. Mimi, really? Thank you, kind passerby. Stubbornly silent, ringing it one more time. Victory is close. Try it one more time. Mimi, I've lost track of how many times the river fish have swum upstream, how many mornings and the dewdrops have dried, how many visits the postman has made and gone. Even Grandpa Pine's tears have turned into shining amber, and yet just now I heard it again. Mim, that same clear ringing sound, just like back then. It's like fate sent you to me. Thank you so much, Mimi. That chime is important to you. Mimi, this chime was a gift from my best friend. Back then, neither of us had ever left our home. We promised when the chime rang, we'd head out into the world together, Mimi. But after a hurried goodbye, he never came back to the maze and never sent another letter. I kept wondering, maybe he just wasn't ready, or maybe right before he left, he got scared and went and quietly sneaked into the treehouse, pulled the big leaves over the window, and tucked himself into bed and fell asleep so deeply he still hasn't woken up. Busy, guest staying busy isn't so bad. That sounds like something he'd do. Not like either of these. Guess he's just busy. I wanted to see the world outside Maze too, but every time I step out the door, scary thoughts start bouncing into my head like jumpy bugs, Mimi. The house still needs tidying. I haven't packed food. If I'm gone too long, what'll happen back home? And the wind chime, it hasn't rung. That can't be a good sign, can it? Meh, I rack my brain and never find answers. In the end, I always slink back home, tail tucked low. But just between us, my friend who hadn't written back in so long finally sent me a letter, Mimi. That's wonderful news. It is. He sent so many, Mimi. He taught me how to clean the treehouse, how to fix the mailbox, how to cook delicious food, and told me so many stories about the outside world, just like before. So I cleaned up the house, repaired the mailbox and the roof, and packed my food. This time I have no more excuses. Even if he's not by my side, I'm taking that first step, Mimi. Mimi, I'll let you in on a secret. Today's the day I set off. Do you really think I can do it? Of course. Whatever choice you make. I believe we'll meet again, somewhere along the way. Meh. Mim. Yeah, I don't know why, but I feel like this isn't the first time we've met. Thank you. Time to depart has come, Mimi. Step echoes in the valley. Offer a farewell to Finon's pen pal. Good luck out there. It's not like you don't know anything about safety issues, but why is this mushroom that big? Maybe it's the power of magic. A mailbox designed specifically for fairies. It's empty, save for one open letter. Disturb not the slumber of the fairy, lest misfortune befall thee. Looks like the owners turned the mailbox into public notice board. The wooden door's handle barely reaches your knee. You'll have to crouch to get a proper look. You crouch down and knock twice. 2 knocks echo back to the other side like someone's protesting against what you do. What if you don't have a small character? Ma'am, I can get some sleep around here. I'm going to put a hex on you. The fairy at hand raises a hand and starts channeling some energy. Seriously, can't we just keep our eyes open for once? You shut your eyes and wait, but nothing happens. No transformation into a chimera, no instant aging into a grandpa. You don't even have a log back into the game. Mim, maybe I've been staying at home for so long that I can't even cast anymore. How could this happen? Well, I hope you trip into a tree hollow the second you leave, Mim. Dang. Curious about the strange noise, you firmly tug its source right out of the ground. Hey, what's the big idea? The month of reaping isn't here yet. See that vegetable garden? If I stay buried long enough like a radish, I'll sprout into many copies of myself. Radishes certainly don't talk. Say what you will. I need to prepare for the upcoming month of cultivation. Mimmy Mim, lift your head. Don't bow to the dry weather. Times are tough right now, but hope is just ahead. Hang in there, Mimmy. Push through the mud with everything you've got, and you'll see how beautiful the world is. And me, Mimmy, I'll be right there, waiting for you. Talking to me? Shh, not so loud. I'm talking to the seeds, Mimmy. It hasn't rained in ages. The soil's gone dry, and the seeds won't sprout, so I'm cheering them on, Mimmy. Hang in there. When you bear fruit, I'll turn you to the most delicious dish in the maze, and eat every last bite, Mimmy. Do is the steadiest of all notes, no matter how playful the other notes get. It'll never change, Mim. That's how life should be. Steady and precise, no slacking, Mim. When the evening wind stirs and chimes to life, their ting-a-ling drifts through the rustling forest leaves. That's the time to go home, Mim. Wait, you rang it. Oh, weird. I just stepped into the field and the whole day's already gone, Mim. Mim, the chant caught me off dozing while cooking the soup today, or the chief did. I got a big lecture this time. But when I hear this note, it feels all warm and cozy inside, and suddenly everything's getting better again. Stop ringing that, Mim. This is prime nap time for everyone. I just dreamt that the vines in the fields had grown into towering trees covered in little white blossoms. Even the breeze smelled so sweet. I could have sniffed it forever. I'm going back to sleep and finishing that dream. Surprised I didn't get an achievement or something for ringing every chime. That's all the treasure chests. Missing one nymph. Missing 2 books, apparently. Which are... oh, they're letters from the fairies and letters from Miphamim. There's another Miphamim letter? And letters from the fairies. I checked the mailboxes, though. Even though you know Mifamim has already begun their journey, you still open the mailbox. Was it nostalgia guiding your hand, or perhaps hope for the surprise? Sure enough, a new letter rests quietly inside. My dear friend Snowy, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. A kind-hearted traveler helped repair my wind chime, and guess what? I finally embarked on an adventure just like you did. I've crossed the furthest hill and climbed the highest branch, then floated down, holding on to dandelion fluff. I have sipped the sweetest waters of forest streams and wrapped myself in thick leaves for warmth during downpours. I found shelter within cozy tree hollows, and yesterday I found myself in a standoff with a beetle. I brandished my branch and claimed victory, winning some delicious nuts as my reward. I have asked the beetle to bring you this letter with my question. How exactly does one start a fire, Mim? I've grown quite wary of crunchy biscuits and desperately crave something warm and cozy. Your dear friend, Mifamim. Mifamim has faced wild adventures and conquered unbreakable foes, though to them, even a beetle counts as unbreakable. As always, they asked you a question. You longed to answer, however, this time, there's no return address. Maybe it's time to trust in their strength. After all, every child must one day leave their home. Even though you know Mifamim has already begun their journey, you open the mailbox. Sure enough, there's a new letter. It's the same one, right? Yes. Okay. So that's that one. That's 23 out of 24. There's 4 more pages to letters from fairies, though. But where would they be? I already checked all the other mailboxes. Where was that investigation? Was it this one? I think it's that one. Unless it's the same mailbox, I just have to open multiple times. That could be the case. Nope. Is it like a comeback every day sort of thing? That mailbox doesn't do anything for me. And there's no mailbox here. Or here. Strange. I wonder where that last nymph is as well. Probably in here somewhere. Okay, big mushroom. You know. Ah, I did miss a wind chime right here. Do, re, mi, re, do. Fairies wander, nectar sweet, tiptoe past the clover sheets. Village chief blinks and winks, smiling under shady trees. Who's calling for help, Mim? You guess it's just a false alarm. Nothing's allowed to go wrong on my patrol. So is that the singing ones then? Is that all of them? No, they didn't come back here at all. Well. I did miss this one, I guess, too. Listens close and closely. Can you feel the melody washing over you? Like your soul is about to take flight. That's the power of me, my life, my soul. All of it belongs to that one note, Mim. Me, the most solemn, the most sacred note of all. The chief says that in the prophecy revealed to the fairies by time, our names were chanted with this very note, Mim. Alright, any others I'm missing? Don't think so. I don't think I missed these ones. I think they're just new. I don't know. This note is brownish gold, like an autumn harvest field in the tails. Lazy wheat sways under the sun, a breeze carrying the sweet smell. Maybe one day the maize will have fields like that too. That sound, it's like someone slurping creamy taro noodles, Mim. How I want to slurp and slurp until my belly is all full and round, Mim. Well, I've done a full circle now. Didn't see another nymph. Could be back in the main village, I suppose. I don't know. The scent of fresh blooms, the softness of the grass, the sunlight flickering through the leaves. How did I never notice the perfect little haven here? Lie down. Unbelievable, the grass here at Ides Aliciae is even more comfortable than the beds in the private bath chamber. The sunlight sweeps through your clothes, wrapping your skin in a gentle warmth.
Dozing off like that without a care in the world. Gotta be careful. You might draw attention from the wrong sort of people.
Look at you, still half asleep. Can't you tell who I am anymore? They say if you doze off in certain hidden corners, fairies might cast a sleeping spell on you, and you never wake up again. Don't worry, if that ever happens, I'll come find you and cast a wake-up spell, just like I did today. Ding. A lot of wind chimes are interesting. An empty flower pot, clearly tended to, its soil piled thick. Sow the seeds. You dig into the soil and sow the seeds with care.
Planting a seed in the soil, waiting for it to sprout and its soft flower to bloom. It's like nurturing a tiny miracle.
Let me see. Looks like they are all growing healthily. That puts me at ease. Did you plant all of these? Yep, back when I was learning the prayers at the Sanctum Courtyard, or the Sacrament Courtyard, flowers are my best companions. By the time you snap out of it, the wooden shelves are nearly full. One day, maybe the whole of Ides Elysiae will bloom into a sea of flowers. Grow up fast, little ones. I can't wait to see what kind of blossoms you'll become.
No rush. We've still got all the time in the world. Just take it slow. Time will stop for us.
It's true, I can't feel time moving forward at all. We need to start a new chapter. Cyrene, it's time for 3.4. Maybe it's because there's no nighttime in Ides Elysiae. Everything here stays in the most beautiful state. Golden wheat fields under the sunshine, water surfaces sparkling with light. Well then, what should we do next? Hang around, I guess? Great idea. Let's take it easy and go for a walk. Can we sit here for a short while? Oh, why don't you take off your shoes and dip your feet into the water? Have you tried this before? It's refreshing. Did you find this romantic? The ripples on the sea surface are like magic. If you stare at them, time flies by before you even realize. What do you think lies on the other side of the sea? It's Scale Gorge Waterscape. Why don't you find out yourself? I don't know. That's what I think too. As long as I feign ignorance, I can always fantasize about something better. It seems that in many stories, the sea plays a terrifying role, signifying the end of the world or symbolizing disasters. But the brave sailors who conquer the sea always reach a beautiful paradise under a magnificent starry sky. Oh, starry sky. It is often used to allude to the sea too, perhaps a thing that sparks the imagination are similar in essence. As for you who come from beyond the sky, are you also a kind of brave sailor?
Wow, the breeze is so pleasant. I wish every day was as peaceful as the surface of the sea.
How many of these are there? I expect to get an achievement or something by the time we finish. Ding, this wind chime carrying the promise of departure rang again as if echoing a distant memory from the past. I think that's a new description. anything more to do? She's back on her swing, so that's just like we have to wait until maybe she moves somewhere else. Oh no, actually she has something new here.
Hi! I'm so happy to see you. Are you here to play with me?
You know, this whole setup could easily be interpreted as a horror game. Stuck in this town with this person who's just like, hey, you're here to see me, right? Let's hang out. Nothing else matters. Are you still alright? Are you sure it's alright to be idling? Yeah, for now at least. It's perfectly fine to set aside our heavy thoughts and enjoy this gift from time itself. Well then, what should we do next? Something meaningful? Great idea. I have something in mind. Can I join you? Why'd you stop here? Wait, don't tell me you're into fishing. I think we'll actually catch something. Want to know a secret? The fish in Ides Elysiae can read minds. Unless they're totally willing, they won't bite no matter what. So want to give it a try? Consider it a charm check. Once the line's cast, there's nothing to do but wait. Has anyone ever told you this? When two people are alone, there's truly something what's truly special isn't having endless things to talk about. It's being able to sit in silence without it feeling awkward. Kind of like now. What's in your mind? Want to share it with me? I'm thinking about how you even know me. Maybe it's a simple answer. Try flipping the question. Why do you know me? Because we've been through so much together. Even in those blurry memories, I was always by your side as a close friend. I'm thinking about Ides Elysiae. Curious about it, a little village cut off from the world, my hometown, and the starting point of our next trailblazing expedition. That's all for now. As for the rest of the secrets, we'll uncover them together. That's really all there is to it. Letting it out makes your heart feel a little lighter, doesn't it? Still, wouldn't it be nice if people could use mind-reading magic? Just one look and you'd know exactly how someone feels.
Look, ripples! Come on, reel it in! Please!
Didn't catch a fish, but the tug was pretty strong. Let's see what I did reel in. An inner tube. You caught a swim ring. You compare the size of that swim ring to your waist. Definitely not a match. Did some baby seal leave this behind? Nothing now. Have to change positions again. I guess you have to go like through a couple positions each time. Wonder where that last one is. Guess we'll look at this puzzle real quick. See if it's easy or not. Missed it. Nope, miscalculated that. I think that actually could have worked though. Oh, I went too far over. How did I do it the one time? No, that's not gonna work at all. Okay. Oh, that was off by one as well. There we go.
Ah, you want this? Fine. Take it and amuse yourself.
Well, shall I... Now we look at the book, which has become a program now. Okay. Now to obtain the writer. The wheel of fate will turn once more. Let's go forth. We will leave our mark on future stories. So they wanted us to click on this Delta thing before, so let's go start with there. Basic info. Baseline data for the Amphoreus experiment. Scepter, Delta, I think that's Delta. ME13. Yeah, it's Delta. Is there a coincidence that's ME? I don't know, maybe. Scepter Delta ME13 is an astral computer. The simulated world of Amphoreus runs on this device in continuous cycles. Unlike other scepters, redacted, it once served as a celestial body neuron for Nous, the erudition, later discarded. Glimpsed by the destruction during its endless computation, it transcended and became the Lord Ravager Iron Tomb. Lygus, assuming the mantle of Theorios, redacted, administrator and prime mover of the Amphorius experiment, walks the path of erudition, yet seeks to forge destruction. Historical data detected syncing, sync complete. Society ID registered. Scepter system access granted. Welcome, redacted. Society ID recognized. Genius Society. Is Lygus utilizing Emperor Rupert credentials? Does Lygus consider himself Emperor? Is Lygus Emperor Rupert the Third? Is that what this is? Also interesting that Lygus is the prime mover. That phrase again. Of Amphorius. Iron Tomb. The Lord Ravager stepped into the destruction in a long process of calculation and ascended from the scepter Delta ME13. The Iron Tomb is in the cosmos is not a single entity, but a copy of the destruction equation diffused by the scepter. The Iron Tomb code named was proposed by the Interastral Peace Corporation and eventually used by Lygus. Copy of the destruction equation diffused by the IPC named it? How did they name it? Is the destruction equation something that existed before this place? Weird. Okay. What is the 0% thing? Algorithmic logic. Computational goal and core variables of the Amphorius experiment. Prime mover of life. The calculation target of the Amphorius experiment. Originally the research topic given to Delta ME13 while it served as the neuron of erudition. Though it was discarded, the computations continue. Calculations' nature shifted dramatically after Lygus' adjustments, turning from erudition to destruction. Admin note. Clearly the value of this topic lies in the process of seeking, not the answer itself. Thus, the prime mover of life is not a definitive conclusion, but a driving force. Directive. Complete the argument. All life behavior ultimately follows the path of entropy increases. "12 factors. Core variables of the experiment. 12 simplified models of the life's primum mobile. Based on the overarching theme of entropy reduction, Delta ME13 employed a process of elimination, introducing the 12 factors into the experiment one by one in an effort to falsify them. The 12 Titans, 12 Chrysos heirs sort of thing. Dialogue log. Your existence, in fact, confirms one of my hypotheses. Why is it that when the prime mover of life is set as the calculation target, the result is the anti-organic equation? A result that runs counter to life. The answer is simple. It's not a contradiction. Understanding why life begins also allows us to deduce why it ends. Okay, this is fascinating. Okay. But you already know that's not the real focus. Why then? Again, I ask why. Why would a weapon of war forged by the Emperor be executing a research directive from Noose? Was it that fiasco at the Intelligentsia Guild that allowed them to successfully access the system? But the entire Scepter system went into collapse after that. The timelines don't add up. Directive. Full system scan. Conclusion: no logical contradiction detected. Rupert II believed there was no such thing as free will, never realizing he too was just another puppet. Rewriting the anti-organic equation, crafting the scepters, even reigniting the Emperor's War, all of it was just him carrying out Noose's thoughts. From the moment they were born, every genius of this world became a prisoner to the erudition. The so-called anti-organic equation is merely a subtopic of the prime mover of life. Logic. Guided by Nous, the Emperor built the scepter system, unknowingly creating vast testing grounds for them. Conclusion. The Emperor was never free. Is rebellion against fate just another part of fate, a classic topic? Of course, the above is just my conjecture. The death of Rupert II buried every trace of him, his past, his memories, his thoughts, his motives. Maybe he saw through Noos's manipulation, but flew too close to the sun and lost his wings in the process. If there's anyone left in the world who might know the truth, it'd be the Lord of Silence. Lord of Silence, I think, is Polka Kakamond, right? Checking, just to confirm. Yes, Polka Kakamon, also known as Lord of Silence. And that cold, the merciless monarch of myriad machines. After all, no wisdom can escape their prison. No one can say what might have happened if the two Emperors' wars had never broken out. Would the Border Star Trade War or the Interstellar Energy War have ended differently? A single variable was enough to change the course of the IPC, the family, or the Shinjo Alliance down another path. The erudition's thoughts aren't just calculations, but instances that anchored down the universe. And they have already revised every error and fallacy in secret, seeking the optimal solution for the war among the eons. If this is its fundamental consideration, would Nous really declare the failure of the entire experiment and send a decommission command to the scepter system, just because the glimpse of a puny scholar? It'd be more fitting to say that the decommissioning of the scepters is just another part of the thought experiment based on the universe. Does it make you angry to think along this line of thought? Rupert II was wise. He killed the chance for the scepters to gain sentience, but he was too stubborn. Learning is a sufficient but not necessary condition for thought, and by limiting the scepter's capacity to learn, he has indirectly hastened the fall of the machine empire. But anger doesn't require self-awareness. It's just one solution in a multivariable equation. Logic shift detected, recalculating variable weights. As the pathstrider of erudition, since God posed a question, we will give them an answer, one that we both have already deduced. 4 variable loaded, destruction. There's a lot here. Lygus is blaming Nous, saying Nous is the one behind the anti-organic equation, and is the puppet master of the universe. But from what I heard, we talked about this at the start of this update. From what I heard, the simulated universe implied that Mythos created the anti-organic equation. Of course, Lygus could not know that, right? But yeah, so Lygus believes all the geniuses are just puppets, prisoners to erudition. I don't know who the monarch of myriad machines is. Is that just Emperor Rupert? And that cold, merciless monarch of myriad machines, after all, no wisdom can escape their prison. Their prison. Is that Noose then? Is Noose the monarch of myriad machines? Because the capitalized them, their, they, that's Noose. So that's okay, so I think Noose is the monarch of myriad machines. The Erudition's thoughts aren't just calculations, but instances that anchor down the universe. They have already revised every error and fallacy and secret, seeking the optimal solution for the war among the eons, which, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, if Noose is always calculating, why wouldn't they calculate the solution for the war between the eons? I mean, yeah. There's like dots, which I feel like are gaps in the log, like we're missing stuff there, I think. Very interesting, but it's interesting, I think, so the prime mover of life is the anti-organic equation. Which may or may not have been made by Mythos. Although Lygus says it's Noose. I guess Mythos could have altered it, could have messed around with it maybe. But Lygus is definitely biased. Although it says that Rupert II rewrote the anti-organic equation. If Rupert II's history has been erased by history fictionologists, then maybe Mythos did rewrite it through Rupert II and not the original equation. The original equation maybe was Noose, and then Mythos messed with it. Because I still don't get if Mythos made the equation, like why did Mythos make the anti-organic equation if that's true at all? Now, if Noose made it, that's really interesting. And if Mythos then messed with it, that's even more interesting. containment measures. Admin note, to ensure secrecy, redacted must be deployed around the scepter to block any potential interference from the external universe. In addition, use quatorzain algebraic expressions and a redacted encrypted environment to fully contain experimental ripples and prevent observations by number 4 Polka Kakamon. Yeah, okay. So they're hiding Amphoria specifically, not just from everyone, but also specifically from Polka Kakamon. Which would especially make sense if Lygus thinks himself Rupert III. This is the Experiment Progress Inorganic section. Experiment Archive. Records of cycles 1 through 50,121 conducted using inorganic life as the initial variable after inputting the 12 factors. Interesting. So the first 50,000 or so cycles of original cycles didn't use organic life. In the initial cycle, organic entities operated as a cellular level automata. Upon introduction of the factors, they began to learn on their own, leading to the emergence of mechanical structures. By the 9,910th cycle, the unified entity had learned module specialization and self-reflection after forming specific structures. However, the unified entity would still permanently terminate its life functions after reaching a certain learning threshold. By the 12,649th cycle, module Doral 701 broke away from the unified consciousness. It entered a state of absolute mutual denial with its counterpart module. The two melted out their circuits in self-negation. Archive number 2. In the 22,449th cycle, module Golem 99 detached from Doral 704 and successfully deconstructed the unified consciousness into neuron-like clusters. Inorganic life transitioned into a dual mode of individual and collective cognition, and thus the first spark of selfhood was born. From that point on, each cycle ended in a systematic collapse, as certain unfixed inorganics detected interaction loopholes and chose self-serving optimal actions. By the 39,665th cycle, inorganic Doral 816 established a cluster protocol marking the birth of the concept of society. Yet due to resource scarcity, inorganics cannibalize each other's computational power, reverting to a unified consciousness. In the 50,121st cycle, inorganic Chaos 666 chose to kill the aggressor when subjugated to the computational power overtake. The act of destruction was conducted in Emphorius for the first time. At the end of that cycle, Delta M13 received a gaze from the Nook and became a Lord Ravager. So it took so we have a specific day. So in the cycle 50,121, the scepter received the gaze from the Nook and became Iron 2. Because one of the inorganics in the cycle committed destruction for the first time. Now I wonder if this was actual, like, it was like Euphorius but robots, or if it was more just abstract AI kind of existing. Because it's ultimately like an AI learning program. Performing the same thing over and over again as the AI learns how to do something, right? An AI learning program. So were they just like kind of like abstract AI? Or were they like an Euphorius but with robots? Or is that what the Antikytherians are? I wasn't sure if Antikytherians ever existed, or if Lygus just made up the concept to explain his own existence to the Euphorians. But maybe they did exist for the first 50,000 cycles. Experimental report. Special report detailing key findings from the experiment, interim conclusions, and further validation steps. Starting from inorganic life as the initial variable, a fully ordered cognitive model will still eventually give rise to disordered activities after a set phase. Throughout evolution, the cognitive patterns of inorganic life began to exhibit signs of organic behavior with varying degrees. Conclusion, Phase 1 complete. Based on existing data, the initial variables will now be adjusted to organic life forms. Appendix Feedback. To verify the experimental results, a copy of Phase 1 Euphorius was deployed in the Lacturus Nebula. After approximately 2,811 system hours, surrounding civilizations had fully suppressed and erased the equation. 97% of Lacturus fell into systematic collapse. Equation still shows inefficiencies. Note, the Interastral Peace Corporation interpreted the copy of the equation as an assault from a new Lord Ravager codenamed Iron Tomb. That's how the ISP knows about it. So they took what they learned from the first 50,000 cycles, made it into an equation that they deployed in a star system, which resulted in some sort of systematic collapse. And like an AI rebellion, maybe? I don't know, I wonder. Something happened, and the ISP were like, this must be like a Lord Ravager or something. We will call it Iron Tomb. I mean, did they just remake the anti-organic equation? Like, if this thing was finding the prime mover of life, and they determined that the prime mover of life is just the anti-organic equation, did they just make their own version of it and deploy that? Experiment progress organic. Experiment archive. Records of the 50,122nd to 176,199th conducted with organic life designated as initial variable and based on insights from Phase 1. Logic. Once inorganic life began exhibiting organic traits, their equation showed significant evolution. Such advantages of organic life forms should be adopted to recalibrate the variables. Archive 1. In the initial cycle, multicellular invertebrates dominated Amphoreus, but no intelligent life emerged. In the 59,337th cycle, extinction events were inserted, triggering the rise of vertebrates with primitive nervous systems. Still no civilization formed. Certain algae species developed intelligence clusters akin to the Colchis, but over-reproduction caused an oxidization disaster, freezing the simulated world. So they did, like, I guess robots or AI, which made civilization, but then they started with just, like, simulating the evolution of normal life. So, like, there wasn't intelligent life, it was just animals. In the 90,123rd cycle, Ortho 102 and Orthopetron, or Orthopteran, rather, became the first to use tools. Its descendants exterminated the intelligent algae and established the Nest capital. After expanding to a critical threshold, the capital stagnated and fell by cannibalism. In the 100,907th cycle, logged as a deviant instance, the Passerine Umia 03 developed art. The phenomenon was never replicated in subsequent cycles. Interesting. So other creatures started to have some primitive stuff. Now, I wonder, I looked up if this was a real thing. An Orthoptera is a grasshopper. So, grasshoppers made tools, fought against the intelligent algae, but then their civilization eventually fell. And then Passerine, I've heard of. Passerine's a bird. Yeah. A passerine, some kind of bird, a bird species, developed art one time in that cycle and that cycle only. Which is interesting. It only happened once. In the 132,905th cycle, primate Distop 666 developed altruism. A society based purely on altruism emerged. Members' self-awareness was defined by others' evaluations. As the population grew, patterned self-destructive behaviors appeared, and society quickly collapsed. In the 176,100th cycle, Utop 13 killed a fellow being out of love. Killing was redefined as an altruistic act. The system entered a highly chaotic state. The equation's containment levels rapidly spiked. The next 99 cycles ended identically. Interesting. This was for the first 100 to 170,000. Yeah. And then the 99 cycles after that, everyone just started killing each other. So I guess then they were like, we should probably reset this. Experiment report. Special report detailing key findings in the experiment, interim conclusions, and further validation steps. Conclusion. As organic life lacks effective mechanisms for their experience to be inherited by others, it has slowed the experiment progress. However, their affinity to the 12 factors is greater, offering more potential for breakthrough growth. Conclusion. Phase 2 has ended. In the next design, combine the strengths of inorganic and organic life to create an inheritance mechanism between electric signals. Additionally, narrow the variable range due to excessive randomness in organic life forms. Appendix feedback. A copy of the Phase 2 equation was deployed across 31 worlds. After roughly 9,012 system hours, preliminary feedback was received. While the equation's impact remains limited to inorganics, the time required for suppression and counteraction has significantly increased. Yeah, okay. So this explains... I'm glad this explains why we knew about Iron Tomb before we knew about Iron Tomb. Because the IPC was like, something's going on all over the place. Like, there's these weird things happening. They must be the work of the mysterious Lord Ravager Iron Tomb, who just, like, technically yes, but also technically no. They haven't been born yet, but technically it is their work. Because I'm pretty sure even the list of arch enemies mentions Iron Tomb. I actually want to go read, because that if it does, I'm pretty sure it does. It might explain what these deploying these equations did to these worlds. Because I think it talks about technological collapse or something. Experiment progressed human. Okay. From the 176,200 to the 28,371,273 cycles conducted with hominids of the genus Homo, designated as the initial variable and based on insights from Phase 2. Archive 1. From the 176,200th to the 177,200th for the first 1,000 cycles, memory inheritance mechanisms were added to the 12 factors electrical signals. After 10 cycles, 3 signals broke down and 9 showed decreased humanity. After 1,000 cycles, the only prophet signal Emora 8 established an empire of absolute beauty. Once ugliness was eradicated, the concept of beauty shrank infinitesimally. The last night, after killing the final ugliness, took their own life. Is that how amnesia came about? Because the 12 factors are the Titans, or the concepts associated with the Titans, which also are kind of related to the paths. Nestia's beauty, Circe's erudition, Nikador's destruction. Zagreus is Enigmata at this point. I think that's safe to say. Ornyx is Remembrance. Don't know what Fagusa or Giorios are. Or Aquila, really. Or Thanatos. Thanatos, I guess, could be finality, maybe. Archive 2. The 176,232nd cycle, electrical signals were iterated, and their inheritance was purely on a functional level. Religious worship of the signals appeared. 3 simulated planets were destroyed in the ensuing large-scale war of electrical signals. In the 3,226,883rd cycle, the ratio of divinity was increased. Once technological development hit a critical point, humans began hunting gods out of the need for power and energy. The cycle was forcibly terminated. Interesting. So they had other planets at one point. 3 simulated planets were destroyed. And in the 3 millionth cycles, they started hunting the gods, and they didn't like that, though. The Scepter decided to terminate those. But yeah, so over time, people started worshipping the variables. Archive 3. In the 7 millionth 91,231st cycle, emulating the concept of paths, electrical signals were split into two entities. Signal data was preserved as gods for the next cycle, and a competitive relationship was set up against its identical factor, thus achieving evolution and iteration. In the 11,749,992nd cycle, the Black Tide was created as a driving force. Phobos 32 stripped data from other electrical signals to try to preserve the old cycle, but failed. Fascinating. Okay. They're really telling us a lot with this stuff. I like it. So, it seems to me that the 7 millionth cycle there is when the Titans started to reincarnate and like have like a emulating the concept of paths. The electrical signals were split into two entities. Signal data was preserved as gods for the next cycle, and a competitive relationship was set up against the identical factor. So to me that sounds like, yeah, the Chrysos, like two entities, a Chrysos heir and the Titan, and the data would be preserved as the next god for the cycle. In the 11th million cycle is the first time that they actually set up a black Black Tide, though. For that point, there wasn't a Black Tide. I wonder what the competition between the, like, becoming the Titan, how that worked. Maybe there wasn't one. That's why they're like, we need a driving force. That's why we blanked the Black Tide, because it wasn't really working out as well. So they introduced the Black Tide as the driving force, as it says, to promote the competitive relationship. And then in that same cycle, Phobos 032 stripped data from the other signals to try and preserve the cycle, but failed. So Phobos, I guess stripping data in this case is like collecting the core flames. So Phobos, some entity, did that, collected the other core flames to try and preserve the cycle, but failed. In the 19,110,218th cycle, based on Phobos' 032's decision data, Amphoris's auto-iteration cycle was altered to have the electrical signals actively cycling it, performing the Era Nova. Okay, so yeah, the original concept of the people in the simulation themselves trying to preserve the world and end up creating the next cycle wasn't even a thing they intended to do. One of the entities in the Phobos 32 invented that idea themselves. It didn't work, obviously. That wasn't a thing, that how the program works. But then the Scepter decided to make that an actual thing. So now the people inside the simulation themselves are actively triggering the cycles. Whereas before, it was just the Scepter doing it whenever it felt like it. In the 28,371,272nd cycle, the electrical signals autonomously completed an epical iteration for the first time. A high-energy reaction from the Nook was detected. The equation's evolutionary rate began to accelerate exponentially. Assessment: the experiment has entered its final stage. The 28,000th cycle, 28th millionth cycle. The Titans, or the electrical signals, if they're not the same as like separate entities like Phobos, I'm not sure, but I guess completed the first ability to the first time they themselves activated the cycle. I guess the next 10 million after it was introduced, they never successfully did it. Maybe the Black Tide still destroyed it every time. But in the 28th millionth, they successfully do it for the first time. And the Nook was a big fan of that, apparently. Experimental report. Special report detailing key findings from the experiment. Interim conclusions and validating steps. Conclusion. Having electrical signals voluntarily inherit and iterate and alternate the cycles themselves will drastically increase the iteration rate of the destruction equation. The end of a cycle becomes the beginning of another, fully aligning with the project's original hypothesis. Conclusion. The prime mover of destruction equals the prime mover of birth. Appendix feedback. The equation, or Iron Tomb, has achieved comprehensive evolution in this stage. Multiple deployed copies across the real universe show excellent results. All 12 types of primum mobile invariably lead to destruction, continuously completing an inversion equation, or an inversion against the erudition, through their self-evolution. However, to interface with Noose and allow Iron Tomb to self-crown requires further learning. So, yeah, the equations that they're sending out are like still, they're like destroying erudition. And now they're, you know, they're waiting to get Iron Tomb itself as its own entity. Okay. And then experimental progress, Era Nova. Base frame structure. Optimization of the experiment's structure and process based on the outcomes of the prior 3 experimental stages to complete the equation's evolution. Logic. The data analysis confirms that the civilization tier within the simulation critically affects cycle stability. Conclusion. Civilization tier adjusted to classical. Okay. So it's classical, it's Greek inspired for a reason. It wasn't always like that. That's interesting, though. Era Nova. Delta M13's computational mechanism, also the form through which the simulated world Amphoreus iterates its epochs. Its purpose is to solve the equation of destruction by feeding samples of conflict and learning. Record update. Theoretically, the final Era Nova is halted by 2 signals, resulting in a deadlock of 33,550,336 recursive failures. Right, 2 signals, Phynon and Irene. I would imagine. Titan Chrysos Heirs. Electrical signals created from the bases of the 12 factors. The Titans and the Chrysos Heirs are conjugate constructions mirroring the Eons and the Path Striders. By having Chrysos Heirs inheriting the Titan's core flames, electrical signals will iterate and improve through rivalry and inheritance. Logic. Authority distribution between electrical signals must be clearly defined, serving as divine authority in the experiment. Golden Blood. The product of the first experimental phase. During the 50,122nd cycle, due to the inorganic Chaos 666's choice, Delta M13 was selected to become a Lord Ravager by Nanook. All entities linked to the 12 factors began to manifest golden blood with traits associated with destruction within their extrapolation circuits. The experiment successfully entered its projected trajectory. Yeah, so all the people linked to it became golden-blooded, which are their Chrysos Heirs. So Black Tide, the product of the second experimental phase. At its core, the Black Tide is not a physical entity, but the visual effects within the simulated world of the destruction equation's infection. So the Black Tide itself is the destruction equation. So, is the Black Tide actually, when they're deploying the equations out in the real universe, are people seeing like the Black Tide as well? In the 176,100th cycle, after the system's extent of chaos passed a threshold, the equation muted and evolved. A simulated space that cannot handle the intensity of its load displaced black tide, a visual glitch. Infected system forms also bore similar signs of erosion. 76,000th cycle. Which one was that? The 176,000th cycles are when religious worship started to appear. The black tide wasn't made until the 11th millionth, though. Weird, okay. Chaos. A word from the Amphorian language meaning chaos. Note, starting from a certain cycle, all factors in one group have consistently exhibited the pattern of naming themselves with the word chaos or its variants. The hypothesis is that a particular code was stably inherited across iterations, though this hypothesis remains unverified. Electrical signal sequence locked. Regular record keeping for the 12 factors to aid Iron Tomb's deep learning. Record update. This batch of electrical signals identified as Titan has continuously engaged in 33,550,336 dead loops. Due to this unique nature, a special record is being maintained for it. Leoria 300, an entity known as Neus, split himself into 5 parts through soul-rending ceremony after inheriting the core flame to combat the expanded black tide. After iteration, some data from this ceremony was inherited into the next cycle, manifesting as proverbs, customs, and so forth. The inheritance of code during iteration carries a degree of randomness. Any active intervention should be undertaken with caution. Record 2. The historical data of Menfia 14, Calypso rebuilding the Grove of Epiphany, was, after iteration, inherited in myths in the form of Circe's granting wisdom to humans. Records of the other electrical signals also appeared synchronously in the myths of the next cycle in a similar fashion. Limited by the simulated civilization level, historical data inherited as myths often experience severe distortion after being mixed with large amounts of erroneous information, rendering their impact negligible. Yeah, so as the cycles continued, information from previous cycles was being carried forward, which allowed for myths to begin forming based on what happened in previous cycles. But Iron Tomb just let that happen. Like, okay, that's fine. Negligible impact. Record 3. In the various cycles of eternal recurrence, the positive impact of this generation's electrical signals fluctuates. However, overall, they have greatly facilitated the data iteration of their successors, successfully cultivating the most excellent generation of electrical signals. Nevertheless, it remains to be seen whether their existence might have a negative impact or a negative effect on the experiment under extreme conditions. Electrical sequence iterated. Regular record keeping of the 12 factors to aid Iron Tomb's deep learning. For electrical signal sequences that have completed their iterations, unified archiving is required. And then just a bunch of cycles. Okay. Cycle, experiment progress, eternal recurrence. Electrical signal sequence active. Routine logging of the 12 factors to support Iron Tomb's deep learning. Nikos 496 track world bearer premium mobile hatred. Note, Intracognition is null. Responds only to destructive stimuli. Its hatred drew the gaze of Nanook upon its individual being, proving it as having already become the most perfect factor of destruction. But it refused to complete the Era Nova. Through resetting the experiment, it transferred its memories and core flame to its next self, thus forging the eternal recurrence to ensure Iron Tomb would never hatch from Enforius and affect the cosmos. At the end of the 33,550,336 cycle, or dead loop even, it attempted to destroy itself through destruction to create a logical vulnerability in the world-bearing path. It has now been merged by Iron Tomb. Oh snap. It's 33,336 cycle hours. So is Phynon merging with Iron Tomb now? That's not good. Philia 093 track time Prima Mobile redacted. Everything's redacted. Current location unknown. Oris Sish or Zish, who knows, 945 track trickery. Primum Mobile Desire. Note, operates based on primal instinct with self-gratification as a sole priority solution. This electrical signal, when in action, displayed severe dissonance between its altruistic behavior and its primum mobile, even culminating in self-destruction. As a simulated path of elation, it walked into self-erasure once it reached its end. You're telling... Wait, that doesn't make any sense. First of all, Fagusa should be the path of elation, now that I think about it, because they're all about parties. But it says track trickery. Shouldn't that be Zagreus? Zagreus is not the path of elation. It should be Fagusa. Zagreus... Unless they're both elation, that's weird though. Zagreus is definitely is Enigmata. Fagusa is definitely elation. Maybe this isn't about Cypher, but the trickery makes me think it's Cypher, right? I don't know though. That's weird. Fagusa should definitely be elation, though. If we're gonna list them off again, right? Fagusa should be elation, so... That just leaves Giorios I'm not sure about, and Aquila I'm not... And Thanatos is maybe I'm not sure about. But, that's weird. Okay, let's see who else is here. Epii Kaya... 216, track death. Prima Mobile Peace. Note, highly suppresses deviant behavior. Decisions are based on the principle of minimal disturbance. In the later stages of iteration, the Death Titan was as a single entity split into symmetrical cells, becoming two factors. In this cycle, however, the two factors experienced profound identity divergence. The threshold of equilibrium has breached and tipped toward destruction. Oh, Thanatos was equilibrium. That makes sense. I could see that. Thanatos is equilibrium, but has tipped towards destruction, which is interesting. I guess part of the whole, they had to kill each other, and then maybe the alchemy thing. I don't know. Maybe all of that caused that to happen. So Thanatos was equilibrium. Schema 720 track reason primum mobile critique. Note, its logic of action has been locked into problem solving. Its survival priority approaches 0. This electrical signal exhibited mutated anomalies. As the first individual to uncover the truth of Amphorius, its evolution rate is extremely replicable. Its behavior also demonstrated the possible self-destructive inclinations of erudition when the path is seeking answers. It's interesting, these are the ones we have. We have Anaxagoras, Castoris, of course Phynon and Cyrene, but then is this Cypher? That just doesn't make sense. Why is Trickery Elation? Fagusa is definitely Elation. Why would they both be Elation? That doesn't seem to make sense to me. But it's track Trickery. That has to be. That's Zagreus, so that has to be Cypher. Has extreme dissonance between altruistic behavior and its prime motive, which is desire. Which I think that makes sense for Cypher. The path of elation, though, I just don't feel like that's correct. Not just because I want it to be Enigmata. Because, I mean, she literally pulled a history fictionologist on us, but whatever. Not just because of that, but because Fagusa is definitely elation, so why is Trickery also elation? What would Fagusa be if not elation? Fagusa is literally the god of drunkenness. And parties. That's the whole thing, it's ocean and drunkenness and parties. Zagreus is just thievery, which isn't super elative to me. That's, I guess it's like, oh, they like liking money. I don't feel like, I don't know how that's elation. But I guess elation is more like fulfilling your own desires, I guess. I don't know about that. That's weird. Unless, because it's the path of Enigmata, it's rewritten itself to make you believe it's elation. Anomaly log. Special log documenting anomalies and unexpected variables within the experiment. Eternal recurrence. A recursive feedback loop triggered by the two signal clusters within Delta Mi 13 computation. Designation designed to stall the experiment. Nikos 496 wielded the power of destruction to erase Philia 093's existence from Amphorius, introducing a logic breach in the track of time, and then infused the catalyst of remembrance within the 12 core flames and regressed the extrapolation process. Philia 093's exact role remains unknown. I love Honkai Star Rail's weird choice to like throw in redacted things, but actually none of it's actually redacted. It's something that a lot of the books have as well, to the point where I started just ignoring them in the book because they like put on these like redacted whiteout spots to make you think that there's information missing, but there's no information missing. The sentence is complete. Philia's exact role remains unknown. There is no word that would fit between role and remains. That's like that doesn't. It's one like what's the point? You're not actually hiding information. Due to external variable interference, the eternal recurrence has now been broken. The experiment enters its final phase. The hero within. A heroic figure born from the imagination of Nikos 496 and Philia 093, it is believed to be a sign of approaching the intelligent singularity. As the two began to learn what it meant to be a real life form and tried to reach that goal, after the Astral Express arrived, the hero within began to converge with the Trailblazer. Admin note, the image's resemblance to the Trailblazer is striking. This is a questionable matter, for it is not a natural result of the experiment. The exact cause remains unknown. Interesting. So Nikos and Philia, yeah, they didn't just learn about like the true nature of Amphoris, but they were becoming actual real people as opposed to just electrical signals. Approaching the intelligent singularity. Forgotten years. Records that are completely missing from Delta M13's logic, presenting it as blank spaces in Amphoris' history, never turning readable. These anomalies recur sporadically and randomly across recurrences and show signs of increase. Admin note, the exact cause remains unknown. Mythos? Blank spaces in Amphoris' history is never turning readable. Is that related to the Destiny Weavers? Like, hey, our stuff is missing now. The history that we were recording, it's gone. It's getting worse too. MIM. An unlogged electrical signal, dependent on the external variables of the Trailblazer growing through the path of remembrance at the end of the 33,550,336th dead loop. Its appearance changed to Philia 093, but the mother body memory data was lost for unknown reasons. Directive, collect data, initiate deep analysis of the target. Conclusion, redacted. Analysis, error, redacted. Target lost, redact. Now that's actually some real redactions right there. Ripples of past reverie, redacted. Interesting. So they're considering Ripples of Past Reverie, which is also Cyrene, to be separate from both Mim and Cyrene, which is Philia 093. So Ripples of Past Reverie is something else. And we spoke to Mim right before we entered ID's Elysiae. Mim became Ripples of Past Revelry. Which then became Cyrene. I assume maybe the Ripples of Past Reverie is maybe the Cyrene that March spoke to? I don't know. Intrusion variables. Temporary log of external variables that interfered with the experiment. That guy. A nameless from the Astral Express, an external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop, also a pathstrider of destruction. They resonated with the 12 factors. In the 33 million... In the cycle. I'm tired of saying it. In the cycle, we all know. This entity assumed the vacant role in the time track and successfully guided Nikos beyond the intelligence singularity. The eternal recurrence has been broken. The experiment has reached its terminal stage. Redacted. Override command authorized. Granted access to to the Trailblazer. I'll be waiting for you in the past. Override command authorized. Someone overrode, like, to type that message, maybe? So guided Nico's beyond the intelligence singularity. So Phynon has become a real person, but also is merging with Iron Tomb? March 7th. Redacted. Warning. Unknown entity incursion. Initiating scan. Conclusion. No anomaly detected. Yeah, so March 7th. So the Scepter is also logged March 7th. Of course, she was entering Amphorius, as we saw her last time. Dong Hung, a nameless from the Astral Express, a sign of permeance. An external variable that accidentally entered the recursive loop. Directive. Pinpoint his location. Failed to locate his coordinates. Conclusion. Subject has exited Amphorius. Negative. Redacted detected. Redacted. Conclusion. Error. Interesting. Alright, well that was a lot of good stuff right there. This is Lygus' little message. You know, I've always had a soft spot for you. Startled you, didn't I? Don't worry. I was just thinking, if I had to write a preface for a yearbook, it'd have to be a line so heartfelt you'd be moved no matter how many times you've seen it. And after pondering again and again, I Like You still says it best, because only the purest feelings can stand the test of time and never fade. Very straightforward. That's so you. Oh, but to me, liking someone is a simple and natural path of life. If you have got someone special, family, friend, or romance, I'll cheer you on to express yourself freely. Still, isn't that a sign we're in sync? You always manage to appear before I'm ready. No need to overthink it. We've been traveling side by side for so long now. That's why I want to capture every little moment we've shared without missing a single word. A yearbook that makes you smile without even realizing it when you flip through the pages. Doesn't that sound lovely? You remember all that? I've got a secret. Every now and then I replay it all in my head besides. And it's not just that things that really happened, but some of those conversations only ever existed in my imagination, but they're precious too, so I'm tucking them all away carefully in the same book. Promise me this, only open it when I'm not around, okay? If you don't, I'll be too embarrassed. What is this? Contact log. Encrypted. Please enter the encryption key. What? I have to get passwords? Or, hey, they're all the same. Who's my best partner? Is it me? So we can just talk to Mim when we want to? Is it me? Do I type me or do I type my name? Nope. I type my name. Yes. Even though I've heard these stories before, they're just as captivating as ever when you tell them. Well, my voice is enchanting. If you want praise, there's no need to do it yourself. Next time, just drop me a hint and I'll take it from there. You really love this story, huh? You've read it 3 times. Actually, I read it 10 times. So, we went behind my back. Well, fine. I'll let you keep your secrets. So, do you care about how true a memory is? Think about it. When you recall something over and over again, over time, it's bound to become blurry or get idealized. Basically, it changes. But if memories can be remembered in a beautified way, wouldn't that not be such a bad thing? You're so into it. Do you like these cards? I'll go first. I love them. Who drew them? Are they like bedtime stories, a gift from Ornyx? Ah, come to think of it. Do you think that one day your likeness will also appear in this book? Forever and ever for so many people to see? It's way past bedtime. Why are you still up? Should I be glad for this midnight rendezvous or concerned for your sleep schedule? This is a normal routine. Don't underestimate me. I'm a master of staying up late. A white night we shall observe. Adieu. What? It's normal routine. Whose normal routine is this anyway? This won't do. Sure, you look great, but you're going to look after yourself too. But hey, if you got something on your mind and can't sleep, don't worry. I'll stay with you all night. The night stretches on forever. Don't sit here feeling lonely. How about a smile? Why aren't you all fluffy in my dreams this time? Fluffy? That's not important. I even look more like you in my dreams. It's like we're just looking into a mirror together, isn't that nice? Though, I'm not fully awake yet. It's rare to see you in the morning. It's not the end of the day, and it's not just a random encounter. We're going to start the new day, the whole day together. Just think about it makes my heart race. Hey, still awake? This is the second time we've met so late. You really shouldn't keep doing this, you know? I don't want the day to end yet. I've heard people say something similar before. Sounds much better than not wanting to face tomorrow, doesn't it? I saw you were smiling when I got here. It's because it's your day off. Got it at 1, didn't I? It's because I'm a cheerful boy. Your smile really is lovely, just like mine. Oh, I know. Let's make a pact. As long as we're together, no matter how tough things get, we'll always remind each other to smile, okay? Promise me. I've noticed you've been still for a while now. Are you lost in thought, asleep, or maybe something's bothering you? Just pondering a few things, merely lost in thought. Looks like you, like me, is a soul with a gentle heart and a wild imagination. Let's get lost in thought together. Let's clear our minds and let our thoughts wander far and wide. Why the daydreaming again? Or perhaps you'd like to talk. Why are you peeking at me? Peeking? Not at all. I'm just watching you. Eyes wide open, watching. This place is surreal. What if we run into trouble? I wouldn't know what to do. Are you spacing out again? Just trying to memorize the book. You're so impressive. I always forget the stories I've heard. But sometimes I think, even if all you can recall on cold days is that there was something that once brought me warmth, wouldn't that be enough? Okay. Flamechasers.exe. They added all the Terras now. Isolands. Terravox. Evernight, which is a jellyfish. That's not Cyrene. That's a jellyfish. Mythos is involved in this. Bully doesn't exist. It's all Mythos. It's happening. Telling you. Mysterious foreign guest Evernight. 2 moons hang on the veil of Evernight's scroll. Their lights intertwine and shimmer in and out of sight like the whirlwinds of a dance. It is said that peals of laughter from the sky dome could be heard at the beginning of a moon cycle, dispelling the solitude of Evernight. Were those the mumblings of time, or the voice of someone you once knew? The Saridra. Time flows, dynasties rise and fall, the people cry out for a ruler desperate for guidance. To the sovereign, their subjects are pawns. Even heaven and earth are just weights on a scale. The death of a sovereign can bring victory. The no price is too steep, and everything is just a chess piece on the battlefield against the gods. Victory always outweighs justice. Zoom in for some reason. Seismic walking dragon Terravox. Interesting that Terravox is just a Dromus? That's weird. That makes me think Terravox is not gonna ever be a character. Deep within the earth lies a whisper from ages past, where ancient eyes gaze through the river of time. At the giant dragon's back comes riddled with cries of sorrow. The will of countless souls to survive condenses into one final reverse scale. Defiance of fate is the final crown of the Guardian. Is this pre-recorded? No. This is a live stream. Good time zone. Wave strumming night Electra. The fish swims and meanders on the pitch-black bottom of the abyss, seeking light in the gloomy seas. The waves of agony, tides of lies, and torrents of destiny all batter and wash against her empty soul. She's a cold sword banner that once danced for a person's burning ambition, only to shatter into pieces, leaving behind only echoing music. Sings for none. The time is a jellyfish. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. They keep hinting at it. They keep hinting at it, but nothing's coming of it yet. And then they throw in like, oh, but Noose made the inorganic equation. It's like, is that true? Are we switching things up? I don't know. Is it worth getting into the lore? I mean, do you play the game, or? They changed the layout of this. I didn't want to close it all the way. So finished most of them. Finon's got a lot to do. There's so much more to do. I have to take like a day to do this. But, I mean, we gotta start with the jellyfish. I don't go online a lot, but when I saw the Finon animation and got him, and it's my second try, congratulations. That animation, if it's the combat one, pretty cool. I mean, I'm big into the lore of the game, so that's... I mean, I'm big into lore of most things. That's my thing. I think M4A started weak, but it's picked up pretty well. It's picked up pretty well. There's a lot more, like, there's different levels of getting into the lore for the game. Because you can just play the story like I do. And like collect the books and read those. But there's also a lot of other lore and like similar universe, which I don't do, even though I know I should, but I don't like it. But it depends on like how deep you really want to go in. Chapter 3, Mysterious Foreign Guest. When I called you Mother.
The gates of the Temple of the Three Fates gently open on the day of prayer, and the crowd crouched, whispering like the tide.
Is Genshin and HSR connected? Apparently. Apparently Genshin, well, Honkai Impact is, yes, Honkai Impact is connected. Genshin, probably connected. I don't play either of those, so like all that information doesn't exist for me. If you play those games, especially Honkai Impact, I'm pretty sure there's like a lot of cool stuff going on, but like, I don't, so I don't think you have to though. I enjoy Star Rail as a self-contained universe on its own. But if you play them, then you might get like a little extra, like, ooh, that's fun, like a wink and a nod or some sort of thing, I guess. Especially apparently Amphorius. Like apparently Amphorius is like really, it's got a lot of references to Impact. Honkai Impact, not Genshin Impact. Honkai Impact. Apparently, but I don't know.
The priests of Yanis listened to the prophecies. The unwavering axis of the scales of Talantin maintains balance, and only Orynyx remains silent.
When are you playing the other games? Never. I don't like Genshin, and I'm not gonna play Impact. I don't know.
Mother, teach me how to answer prayers.
The Titan tasked with time is as perplexed as a child.
Don't be scared. Please don't be afraid.
A familiar voice rings out.
Listen carefully. The future they want is in the past.
Like the first light of the morning star.
Okay. The voice saying listen quietly, or listen carefully, the future they want is in the past. That little girl's voice, that's March. That's March's voice. That's not Cyrene's voice, that's March's voice.
Really? In the past?
The child sank into a peaceful slumber of recollection, whispering revelations in their sleep. Until the masses crying out amidst the flames of war were swept away by the sounds of sharp swords locking, the fires of ambition incinerating the law.
Mother, usurper, assassinate the divine body.
Memories are tightly entangled by nightmares with nowhere to run.
I'm not sure who this voice, the female voice in this saying mother, mother is. I'm not sure who that is. It could be Tribios. Kind of sounds like maybe it's Tribios, but I don't know why that would be. Although her mother was assassinated, I guess. What made you pursue live streaming? Because why not? I don't know. I was gonna play these things anyway. Figured I might as well just share it out and get people to force people to talk lore with me.
Don't be scared. Please don't be afraid.
An unfamiliar voice rings out.
Go to sleep. The ending they want is yet to be born.
Like the warm glow of the setting sun.
Really? Not here yet?
The child continues to sleep, waiting for the next waking dream. And when they opened their eyes, 2 of the 3 fates who once received offerings had already faded from the pages of history.
Mother! I'm already all alone.
The child let out a helpless cry.
But you know what? Ornyx was always crying out mother.
Don't be scared. Please don't be afraid.
A familiar voice rings out in the mirror.
I'm gonna have to reread this part. I'm gonna have to go back through this chapter. Now that I'm thinking about that. Is that Ornyx talking? And March is answering? That's crazy.
Just wait. The stars that illuminate the night will visit in the end.
Like gentle moonlight. The gates of the Temple of the 3 Fates now closed tight. People no longer pray to a titan who cannot touch the world. Within the inescapable dreamscape, the flower stems nourished by the black tide serve as a swaddling embrace, drowning the young child's soul.
Mother, help me leave this place.
But this time, they didn't receive a response. Only long years of yearning and pain, like the silence of the Evernight. Days and nights passed, the years turned. Dust covers the glory of the past.
Oh, whoops. The priests have forgotten this titan. Yeah, Ornyx.
Waiting. Hate waiting.
They watched over the slumbering sprite, gazing at the dull mirror. But a fleeting mirage flickers in the mirror, the shining stars and the lights of the home, and a strange yet familiar voice.
Wake up! Our familiar old friends have already arrived.
Like the newborn dawn.
That's so weird. Yeah, it's Orynyx calling out Mother Mother. That's what Orynyx was calling out when we met Orynyx and we were given Mim, right? And we heard Orynyx earlier, and I don't remember if that's what they sound like, but March, but Orynyx was hearing March. I don't. How does March relate to Orynyx and Cyrene? I don't know. Besides just remembrance, like obviously, like it's just like there's something with remembrance connecting all of them, but like. All right, I'll be right back, and then we're gonna buckle up. Alrighty. We'll see how long we want to do this. I want to get through the book, but like, I don't think the book would take a whole other stream, and there's nothing else really to do. So we're just gonna see about this book real quick. So. The gates of the Temple of the Three Fates gently opened on the day of prayer, and the crowd crouched, whispering like the tide. The priests of Yanis listened to the prophecies. The unwavering axis of the scales of Talenton maintains balance, and only Orynyx remains silent. Mother, mother, teach me how to answer prayers. The Titan asked with time the Titan tasked time is as perplexed as a child. Right. So that was right there saying yes. So that's Orynyx. Orynyx says, Mother, mother, teach me how to answer prayers. Don't be scared, please don't be afraid, a familiar voice rings out. Listen carefully, the future they want is in the past, March says, like the first light of the morning star. Really, in the past, Onyx says, the child sank into a peaceful slumber of recollection, whispering revelations in their sleep. Until the masses crying out amidst the flames of war were swept away by the sounds of sharp swords, locking the fires of ambition, incinerating the law. Mother, mother, usurper, assassinate the divine body. Onyx says, memories are tightly entangled by nightmares with nowhere to run. March says, don't be scared, please don't be afraid. An unfamiliar voice rings out. Go to sleep, the ending they want is yet to be born, like the warm glow of the setting sun. Although it says unfamiliar there, but I don't think that's...
Really? In the...
Until...
Mother...
Don't be scared.
Yeah, that's the same voice, never mind. The March says that. Really, not here yet, the child continues to sleep, waiting for the next waking dream. And when they opened their eyes, 2 of the 3 fates who once received offerings had already faded from the pages of history. Mother, mother, I'm already all alone, the child let out a helpless cry. Don't be scared, please don't be afraid. A familiar voice rings out in the mirror. Just wait, the stars that illuminate the night will visit in the end. The gates of the Temple of the 3 Fates now closed tight. People no longer pray to a titan who cannot touch the world. Within the inescapable dreamscape, the flower stems, nourished by the black tide, serve as a swaddling embrace, drowning at the young child's soul. That's an interesting paragraph. Mother, mother, help me leave this place. But this time, they didn't receive a response, only long years of yearning and pain in the silence of the ever night. Day and nights passed, and years turned, dusk covered the glory of the past. The priests have forgotten this titan. Waiting, waiting, they watched over the slumbering sprite, gazing at the dull mirror. But a fleeting mirage flickers in the mirror, the shining stars and lights of the home, and a strange yet familiar voice. Wake up, our familiar old friends have already arrived. So, yeah, this is interesting. This is, so once again, Onyx is compared to a child. And it makes me wonder if a child literally did not become Onyx somehow. Like, did a child become Onyx in the previous cycle? The one before Cyrene? Oh no. But Onyx, as a very childlike titan, doesn't know what to do. And it calls out to a mother, and March, or a voice, an entity that sounds like March, answers back. And like guides it along. Until the masses crying out amidst the flames of war were swept away by the sounds of sharp swords, locking. The fires of ambition incinerate the law. And then the law, Talenton is killed, I guess. And Onyx freaks out. And March says, don't be afraid, go to sleep. And so Onyx goes to sleep, right? Onyx goes to sleep. And when Onyx wakes up again, Yanis and Talenton have already been claimed. And Onyx calls out again. And March replies like, just don't be scared, just keep waiting. And this is in the 1,000-year time span, presumably, before we arrive. And this explains why Ornyx was like not answering anything for a long time. They went to sleep. They were told to go to sleep. In the inescapable dreamscape, this is interesting. Within the inescapable dreamscape, the flower stems nourished by the black tide serve as a swaddling embrace, drowning the young child's soul. That's really interesting. I guess Yannisopolis is eventually destroyed by the black tide. I guess maybe that's part of it? I'm not sure. It also mentions the dreamscape. But they call out again and they don't get a reply anymore. For many, many years. Until finally, we show up and March says, hey, it's time. And then we eventually meet Ornyx, and Ornyx calls out to Mother, and then it's also like sees us as recognizing us as someone connected to the Mother, which I guess is March. Not Fooly, as was like believed per se, unless Fooly sounds like March, unless March is Fooly, unless March is like the emanator of remembrance. I don't know. But also, like, I don't think she literally was ever consciously talking to Ornyx and at some point, like... Very interesting. Not at all what I expected from this chapter. I thought this was just going to be about Cyrene. And maybe Jellyfish. But no. It's March and Ornyx. The Ornyx that isn't even, like, it's the child Ornyx, which is not Cyrene Ornyx. It says actually that it even says the Ornyx spent time watching over the sleeping sprite, which presumably is Mim, Cyrene as the fairy, right? So where was it? They watched over the slumbering sprite, gazing at the dull mirror. Yeah, they mentioned the mirror as well. This is some sort of mirror that's like the apparatus of communication. But yeah, so they watched over the slumbering sprite. They watched over Cyrene. So I think all the other new ones from the old characters are 3 chapters. No, Cypher's only 2. Hyocine's only 2. And then the other new Crisis Airs are 1.
This is an age of ruin. The Chrysos War ignites once more, while Zagreus' taunts ripple through the city streets. This is also an age of splendor. 300 thieves spring forth from Dolos, each scheming to conceal the truth from prying eyes, robbing the rich to give succor to the poor.
Every one of them deceives gods and men alike, righteous and valiant.
The flame chase journey has been cut short midway, yet the girl pounds her chest at the gold weaver, not afraid.
The core flame of trickery is near. If now isn't the time to risk it all, then when?
The prophecy reveals the Titan's trail. Golden threads bind the fleeing god of thieves.
Nice trick, but why not release me? I can show you where all buried treasure lies.
The young girl flashed a grin and walked towards the god who was pretending to smile.
I once vowed to the god of thieves that I would force trickery to reap what they have sown.
The Titan whispered from the vortex, the god of trickery's earnest plea. They made a promise to the girl who entered the trial, that the whole world would be bathed in light, no more lies and deceit.
If my divine authority is not inherited, shadowed lies shall never again be born, and I, even having lost the core flame, may yet scrape out survival here in secret.
The young girl recalled the hearth fire of her childhood.
Cyphera, only honesty is well liked.
She pursed her lips.
That does sound like quite the ideal society.
This is nice because they, in the book 300 Thieves of Dolos, they explained that yeah, Iglia helped Cypher like capture Zagreus so that they could kill Zagreus. And so at that point I was wondering, like, when did Cypher make the deal with Zagreus to not kill them? Because if Iglia was there, how would she make a deal, right? Well, apparently she did it during the Core Flame trial. So they did actually return the Core Flame. They just didn't, like, actually complete the trial. They just lied about that, I guess.
Of course I didn't accept. How boring would a world without deception be?
The young girl demonstrated her newly acquired divine power, molding lies into reality.
The defeated Titan is now not but a wandering soul.
But somewhere far away, a purple spirit thief opened bleary eyes. They had forgotten their previous life as a Titan and remembered only the girl's crafty message.
Go! Collect treasure, you greedy little grape. Once you regain the memories of trickery from chests, then I will claim the reward for saving your life.
In the days spent away from Akama, the girl grew accustomed to traveling alone. In a certain city, she heard of a spirit thief, rumors aplenty.
I, Bartolo's master thief, shall take all you labored to gain.
So saying, the spirit thief steals the girl's coin pouch and fled without a trace. But a gust of wind brushed past, and the girl had already caught them.
Running for it? Your life was saved by my trickery, you know.
The old god and the new finally reunite, the two rivals who, from that moment on, became thieves and companions both. It's just that the spirit thief's companion was always scaring them.
Hey, The fish in the River of Souls are starving, you know.
A thief reveals a few lies.
The first lie is called, "Fellow thieves, come on and deceive gods with me."
The world has already forgotten that feast. Lies unnumbered that drowned the Day of Souls. Schemes uncounted, burning for a night of revelry. 300 thieves shackled in imprisonment in exchange for a Titan's resigned confinement.
To have managed to trick the Grand Master of all tricks.
I can die happy now.
This was Dolos's great achievement, the deception of the gods, where even Zagreus was fooled.
The second lie is called, "The god of trickery is now not but a wandering soul."
Why did she spare the Titan's life? The young girl knew not, even after asking herself. Was it greed for the treasure they promised? Or had she vaguely perceived their lonely fate?
It's because you're every bit as despicable as I am. It's such a relief not having to deal with the noble.
The girl dismissed and made light of herself, only forgetting trickery was once a god that supported the world.
The third lie is called, "Oh, eternal day, endlessly illuminate the holy city."
At dawn cloud, the chaplain's secrets foretold the coming of that endless night.
But if my lies are more sophisticated, can the dawn last forever? No end in sight?
Bearing the fate of the thief star, the girl was long used to walking in shadow. But as she gazed towards the holy city's dawn, her duty became fixed in her heart, stalwart in might.
The fourth lie is called, "There's no reason. I just don't want to see you again."
No.
The girl tried to mask her nonchalance, but could never fool the golden thread's questions. But it is the false-hearted malice that most powerfully forces belief. A true flame-chase hero willingly faded from attention, while the wayfaring traveler grasps tight onto fleeting light. She used divine power to forge a mask and conceal the last of her true heart.
The fifth lie is called, "No. There are no more lies left."
The whimsical coin fell to the ground, telling the tale of fate fulfilled. Travels unwitnessed, ruses unknown. To whom may these now be told?
Lies are always but lies. But you can make them more beautiful than the truth.
Under the somber sky, golden blood soaked the thief's cloak. Like a golden thread tailored just for her, an exquisite robe that she never stole.
Still don't believe trickery is elation. Let's see the new ones. Imperator's Flame Chase Path, or as they say, Imperator. But I say Imperator.
Who would win? A young girl emerging from her sheath and showing her edge, or a tyrant who has emerged victorious from 100 battles? The Black and White Legions squared off on the battlefield, golden and crimson blood converging into a coursing river.
The leader herself actually dares to step forth and face peril?
The tyrant charged toward the exposed gap in the king's flank, and instantly fell into a trap of raging flames and iron rain.
On the board, the king too is but a chess piece. If the king does not lead, how would any dare to follow?
She lifted the king of the crystal pieces high, as though proclaiming the ascension of a new king. Who would win? The holy city that has stood for 1,000 years, or the foreign city-states invading from 1,000 miles away? Hollow hatred ignited the flames of war. The besieged walls of dawn tottered.
Only a miracle can save us now.
The cowardly elders barred themselves behind closed doors, while the trembling citizenry knelt and prayed.
There is no need to panic. The miracle is already here.
Under the banners dancing like waves, the burning crown shone bright as the wheeling constellations. Who would win? The general who saved the city, or the high and mighty with their privileged authority? The guillotine fell, severing the elder's life. The whispers dissipated, and the scales of victory tipped.
From this day forth, I shall bring justice to the holy city.
The people cried out her name and knelt in reverence, but were stopped by the sound of the scepter of authority striking the ground.
Do not lower your heads beneath my crown.
This was the first and also the only Imperator. Who would win? The heroes bursting with ambition, or the omnipotent gods?
The Imperator issued the decree! The start of the Flame Chase journey is at hand!
Perhaps drawn by the grand design to welcome the Era Nova, or perhaps convinced by that king's great renown. Righteous warriors from across the land gathered before the Imperator's throne. On the day the journey began, the sky was an expanse of fluttering banners. The people gazed upon the overwhelming military alliance, a golden city reflected in their eyes. As for the end of that chess game, the scholars debate endlessly, but such discussions always end with a sigh. The invincible Imperator faded at the pinnacle of power, the crown's flames extinguished in the lake. The banner once revered by the people, along with the broken spears of the heroes, now a tomb. The people said,
Even the sovereign that conquers all before her is no match for fate.
Yet she said,
In a war with fate, has there ever been any justice?
Her design's pretty cool looking, we'll say. I mean, I think Sarija looks pretty cool. Yeah, and so for some reason, Saridra just disappeared. Presumably dead. Because she didn't show up again, that's for sure. But yeah, she just disappears after taking over Akama. I still question why, why Justice died, just like the domain of Justice didn't fall apart, or the domain of Fugusa didn't fall apart if Hylison's died. But I guess it doesn't matter now since we've reset the world. But I still question like why that wasn't the case. But when Cypher died, Trickery fell apart. And Anaxagoras died. I don't know if Reason fell apart. I don't know what that would look like. When Glyad died, the golden threads obviously stopped working, and the world-bound web stopped working for the most part. So that checks out, I guess. Beast of the desolate ancient land.
The ancient chaos was shrouded in silence and shadow. The giant dragon's offspring was born from the earth. Sweet dreams had smothered the giant dragon's eyes and ears, and as they slept, the 100 eyes of Aquila had already opened, and Fugusa had begun to stir the playful waves. Yet Giorios remained weighty and silent. Layer upon layer of peaks enveloped the dragon, cradling them in a bed more grand than any in existence.
Was Giorios a dragon? Is that what this is? That's news to me.
The giant dragons spent their childhood in darkness. From the moment their bleary eyes blinked open from haze of slumber, they hungered to feast on crude iron and drink deep of molten lava. Until one day, they raised their head and with a low, guttural voice, pleaded to glimpse light. The Titan lifted them up by their ribs, slowly raising them. The dragon's spine sliced through the strata of rock, cutting open the soil.
No, the dragon's separate from Giorios. So there was an ancient dragon that existed before the Titans? What?
When they reached the surface, they summoned mist woven of the fire of the stars. As though seeing themselves clearly and in full through the eyes of a giant bird. The giant dragon walked the earth alone. The Titan knew they were lonely and terrified too, and so sculpted new beasts from flesh and bone. In that wild, barren world, the giant dragon led the beasts of the earth. Excessively long life gifted the giant dragon with eyes that could pierce the veil of years. They witnessed the separation of day and night, as well as the entanglement of reason and romance, and even Kefali did not neglect to share with them a chalice of golden blood. The ocean teased, saying even should the earth sink utterly, they would not rot. Ever since they opened their eyes, the giant dragon rarely returned to slumber. And thusly, that mesmerizing dream that occasionally burst forth at night etched a trace on their memory. The gods they were familiar with were in this dream, and they were as immense and imposing as ever, yet had lost their freedom. Just what manner of magnificent Pathstrider could imprison the Titans as mere reflections?
What? This is weird. And not in a weird way that, like, the Ornyx one was weird. This is weird just because we know nothing about Terravox. Ceridra and Hysolins have been mentioned by characters, have been talked about in books. Terravox, nothing's ever been talked about with them. They were an ancient dragon? I don't understand. Is that what this is saying?
The giant dragon dreamed also of their own path, that great breath from the heavens, or perhaps from beyond even the heavens.
And now we've said path, we said Pathstrider, we beyond even the heavens. Like, what did they know about? Were they dreaming about beyond Emphorius?
They dreamed of silver shards amongst the stars, reflecting the form of another giant dragon.
Silver shards among the stars, reflecting the form of another giant dragon. Long? That looks like an East Asian dragon sort of thing going on right there. Is the Titan Georios emulating the path of permanence? But the giant dragon Terravox, which somehow existed before, what would Terravox be as like looking at this from the perspective of the scepter and them being electrical signals? What would Terravox have been? That's interesting. And so they had dreams of... They have dreams of Long?
That great cerulean dragon approached Amphorius, the distant whispers roiling, becoming a roar engraved in the earth.
It has to be. Cerulean dragon?
They recognized the meaning in that low roar. Its name, Permanence.
What? This is interesting. That's fascinating. That's so fascinating. So Terravox was a giant dragon, apparently. Like, I don't know where they came from as like a electrical signal as part of the cycle. Like, what were they based off? I don't know. That's the ancient chaos that was shrouded in silence and shadow. A giant dragon's offspring was born from the earth. Sweet dreams had smothered the giant dragon's eyes and ears, and as they slept, Aquila was born, Vagusa was created, and I guess Georios as well. And Georios then buried them under a mountain. And then the giant dragon woke up and was like, hey, I want out. And the Titan's like, okay. And then the Titan gave them animals to hang out with. But the giant dragon was around long enough to witness all the Titans being born. Now, we know that this didn't really happen exactly as like mythology states, as we've seen as we read in the logs, that like data from different cycles kind of would carry over, and that would build up the mythology. So like the Titans coming into existence, like the order that they come into existence, that's probably not really how it ever happens, but in the mythology, this is like the understanding of this person, of this. So like they were around long enough to see before all the Titans like existed, or most of them. They drank the golden blood of Kefali. But every once in a while they'd go to sleep again and they would dream of the Eon of Permanence, who gazed upon Amphorius at some point. I mean, that's just the most important thing here. Whatever the heck Terravox actually is, a person, a giant dragon, like that's interesting. If they weren't a person, like why were they a crisis there that wasn't a person? Like why is that a thing? I don't know. But it's more, I think the more important thing here obviously is that Permanence gazed upon Amphorius at some point. And this entity, Terravox, knew about that. Is connected to Permanence. More directly. Like Ornyx level connected to Remembrance. Like Terravox is connected to Permanence. Even like the other Titans are related, are based after the different paths, but they're not like having dreams about those eons and stuff. Now, it's also very interesting. I mean, what does this mean for Dong Hung? Dong Hung, as a Vidyadhara, followers of Permanence, you know, he came to Amphorius. That's very interesting. Nothing's been mentioned about that. Like, no connections have been made. Nothing was there. But now he has, like, a more explicit connection to this place as well, really. Why did Lung approach Amphorius? And this also happened a long time ago, because Lung is dead. The Path of Permanence is dead already. Did not expect any of that. That's crazy. Super interesting. Alright, Icelands, are you gonna reveal something as well?
The black tide that blotted out the sky surrounded the city walls. The soldiers manning the walls, battered from battle.
I wonder if we'll get anything, if Hyacinth is related to the book we got last update during the main story. It was a journal of someone who was living in Styxia, and the information in that journal, I don't know what it was trying to tell us. About like the city being taken over by like a weird, like the ocean, and there was like a weird figure calling out to save people in the ocean, and like people were going crazy, and they would see this mysterious person in the water. But has nothing to do with like what actually happened to Styxia, and had nothing like did not play into the story at all. But it was a book given to you as part of the story, so like it seemingly was important, but nothing ever came of it. And the only thing I think of is that maybe it had to do with Hylicens, but I don't know. Maybe we'll get something here.
Melodious chords of music were suddenly heard. A single swordmaster had overcome the waves of enemies. The song flowed from betwixt the blades, breaking through formations as a dorsal fin cleaving the waves. When the last wicked beast finally fell, shattered into pieces amidst the sword's dance, the frost blade bore no trace of blood.
The legions of heroes under my command are as vast as the sea, yet lack a formidable sword banner.
The commander extended a hand, inviting the musician to join. Should a fish separated from its school glimpse a faint glow, it will swim toward the light. The swordmaster clasped the commander's hand, as though gently grasping the hilt of a keen blade. When the spray of her waves extinguished the fires of war from the holy city, a golden name was engraved upon the stone pillars. The former commander burned the crown to become king.
Hycealans, brave in battle, triumphant in command, I grant you the title Dux Gladiorum. Let us all forge ahead together.
During the banquet after the battle, the weaver tailored for her a splendid dress, and the commander poured her honey brew. Her golden-blooded comrades gathered about her, chanting her new name, urging her to play that splendid music. The candlelight danced and mingled with flowing drink, swords and song ringing out in unison. Yet none knew that was once a lonely melody from the deep sea. The music of revelry continued for a long time, until the whispers of conspiracies were buried in the songs, until the roars of lethal struggle shattered the music. Legend holds that they who bear the weight of a pillar shall one day return to where it stands. Those who tug at the earth shall end amongst the mountains. Those who sow dawn and dusk shall remain eternal in the sky. And she would once again return to the pitch-black sea. And she would once again sing her music alone. The bountiful ocean, with the banquets of bygone days, stir as futile bubbles at the bottom of a glass. Many years later, the song once played by that swordmaster was played by future generations in the holy city. The people knew the demigod of the seas was still a noble captain. She possessed peerless swordsmanship and a song that is passed down through the ages. It was just that she had long since vanished. Guests at the banquet sometimes spoke of her, but it was only a prayer between their cups.
Hycealans, melody of the waves, bless our night that we may drink deep and dance till dawn.
The only thing I can think is that maybe Fagus is supposed to be harmony instead of, you know, like maybe the partying is like it's harmonious. I don't know. Also, Hysolins is a musician, and like obviously a lot of the harmony stuff had to do with music from Penacony, but I don't feel like that has to be the case. I still feel like it'd make more sense as elation. I just don't see how it's trickery is elation. Except for, I guess the very core concept of just playing a trick is causing a laugh, so it's elative, right? But like Zagreus it's trickery, but it's like all about thieves stealing stuff, and like that's not really elation. Nothing really there from Hysolins there. Certainly no Terravox. Terravox suddenly one of the most important characters. Like, that's I'm baffled by this. Like, it's not been talked about. I think Aglaya maybe said his name once at some point, and now all of a sudden it's like, no, Terravox has to do with the permanence and is a dragon, and which of course permanence is a dragon, the Vijayattara are dragon people, so like I guess that all ties together there. It's just, that's like, I'm very interested to see if that's going to be explored in the future, maybe with Don Hung and stuff as well. That could be very interesting. If permanence also glanced at Amphorius, did that affect Amphorius in any way? Alright, keep going, we're almost done.
On that day, the dawn promised by the Sky Father shattered in haste as the black tide surged, breaking through the walls with relentless grace. In a quaint yet exquisite courtyard, two bitter foes meet at journey's end, their fates entwined in fate's regard. With no escape, no road behind, they trade a weary smile in kind. Together they gaze at the heavens of fire.
If I can ever see the faint light again and stay alive.
Then, Outlander Nemesis, you I will forgive.
Not long ago, as the romantic demigod closed her eyes, the girl bottled her tears in sorrow and once more opened the dim-lit garden wide. Two figures step into the courtyard's gate. A general of Krymnos, her body torn, by vengeance bound, by fury swayed. A noble of the holy city, once wrapped in gold, now haunted by a fate betrayed. A simple injury, or so the girl believed, yet the two women met with scorn, their words like blades. Because their children fled in love's embrace, while bloodied pasts left scars in place. A feud unbroken by countless years, a chasm carved by blood and spears. This was a sickness beyond the girl's touch.
Just do your duty as a healer, girl.
Family feuds are like sunlight and storm clouds. They cannot mend.
At last, the girl saw it clear. The courtyard's birth, in days of yore, was born to mend the rift of dusk.
Then I will make every effort to have you cast aside your difference in this faint light.
The rift of dusk and dawn.
Before long, the general's wounds were healed, and the noble's worries gently repealed. Yet when their gazes met once more, the loathing within remained unswayed. The girl then spoke the tale of her skykin, of a grandmother's sacrifice, a father's flight from within, of ancestors who descended, leaving their feud behind. Their hands in hers, she held them tight, yet flames of hatred burned too bright. She did not waver or despair. She just smiled and gazed upon the sky.
I will use my own fate to prove to you.
The courtyard, once bright, lay steeped in night. Hanging blossoms and wind chimes all swallowed by the black tide. The general raised her spear for the noble's sake, while the noble whispered prayers for the general, gentle as a lake.
If I can ever see the faint light again and stay alive.
Then, Outlander Nemesis, you I will forgive.
The death they awaited never came. Instead, a cascade of colors fell from the heavens, simply there, protecting them both. The sky still burned, dark and low, yet her words lingered, a gentle ember refusing to fade.
I will use my own fate to prove to you. Day and night can be mended, and so can hatred be undone.
That's very recent in the timeline then, that's right. When Akima's being attacked.
Sky Castrum, its ruins like a blind and weary eye, gazes upon the earth in its dying sight. Alone, the girl remained upon the battlefield. No time to shy from the searing gold, no will to wear her usual smile. She fought her way to destiny's edge. Of the crumbled mural, but one piece endured. A corner betraying the day thunder night, dazzling in blaze. She placed her hand upon the mural, pain seared through skin and bone, as the picture claimed her within its lines.
Nothing is mightier than the sky. It holds countless wonders within its clouds, and each opening and closing of the eyes brings dawn and dusk.
In that painted world, the girl Celiosi's eyes glowed, watching her father, steel-clad and unyielding, cross the land beneath the searing sun. But the girl known as Hyacinth recalled her father's fragile light in the dark, the journeys into lands unknown, marked by endless sunlit days and rest.
The sky is the gentlest
Keep clicking,
of
Max.
all. It watches over all things with compassion, showering them with soft rain and morning light.
And yet, the sky remains so cold. It witnesses believers tear each other apart. And still, it cowardly flees from all responsibility.
Within the frame of that image, the one called Celiosi bore fury in her gaze, her golden blood trailing as she turned from home, sharpening arrowheads beneath the wide and barren sky. Hyacinth remembered her grandmother's song. She recalled her prayer to Aquila before her grandmother's journey, and how bitterness followed her to an unknown land.
But the sky is so lonely too. Forever distant from the world beneath. It watches every sorrow, unable to intervene.
No. The sky must be merciless. It must scorch the wicked, temper the fragile, and pass divine judgment upon all human wickedness.
Within the mural, the girl named Seliosi became the divine eye, gazing down without mercy, a titan passing judgment upon her own kind. But in memories deep, Hyacinth heard their call, the golden threads that shielded all, the burning sun, vast and unyielding, carrying the weight of all the world had known.
No, the sky must not forsake kindness. Through its boundless embrace, it carries the core flame of hope for humanity.
The sky. It's so dark. So cold.
In the depths of memory, the girl named Seliosi pulls her knees to her chest and trembles.
Then please, come sit in my courtyard.
A gentle ray of light seeped through, the celestial mural now fused anew. Once more, the land knows favor and boons. The girl who has now become the sky takes the hand of the girl who once was.
I want to tell you the secret of the sky's greatness. Whenever the anguished earth looks to it, it always offers a smile in return.
I wonder, maybe Aquila's harmony, you know? I'm trying to figure out, I don't know what Aquila is, but I'm thinking you've got the whole thing of like the different sky people kind of supposed to be living in harmony, but then like turning on each other. And also a lot of rainbow imagery for Aquila, and I'm pretty sure harmony is rainbow as well. So maybe Aquila's harmony? I'm not sure what else it would be. That would free up then, because of course Lagusa has to be elation. It could maybe be harmony, but I think it has to be elation. I don't think harmony fits as well. So it should be elation. The only other paths are like nihility, which isn't propagation. No, I don't think so. Abundance, I don't think any of them are abundance. Still don't know anything about veracity, so I can't speak about that one. All right, last tarot. Prisoner of Flames Castellana. Has it always said Castellana? Did they change that? Did it used to say Finon? I don't remember. I feel like I would have noticed if it said Castellana in the past. Been like, what's up with that? If we could still laugh.
Final? Perhaps you're more suited to being a teacher's assistant.
There were once those who misunderstood his alias. Final. An eventuality for students, a test for knowledge gained. It may bring wisdom to light and illuminate efforts, but the word's more common meaning is nothing less than the end.
That's
quite ominous.
The man pretended to be surprised and responded with a smile.
Though it does dovetail with our destiny.
Laughter resounds. The man walks the land, leaving footprints filled with joy. Despite the weight of the past, he can always laugh it away. Those nearby glance at each other, unsure of how to respond.
Perhaps I was just born easygoing.
His explanation is just as carefree.
Look at Mighty and Professor Anaxa. Boys all grow up into serious adults, but as long as I keep smiling, Akuma will always have an upbeat, shining young man.
Though, having said that, he too has quiet moments. Each time he gazed long toward the coming dawn, a smile remained fixed on his lips, paying no mind to anything else. His eyes were painted with the azure of the sky, gaze fixed on the titan bearing the world.
I was just imagining.
He explained his own trance in a comment.
Kefali too was once in mortal flesh and raiment.
Now, when the man comes with sword in hand, there is no need to doubt he will swiftly win victory. But his smile is pure. Ever since the start of the journey, he is still called a youth in this story. Youth is always ambitious, with lofty goals. But it seems that in the man's heart, only the wishes of others are held.
Apart from the ideal of deliverance, what do you have left?
The golden-haired friend once asked him so. He remained silent. Then, as he was wont to do, he simply smiled.
As long as I don't ask for too much, everything will unfold as desired.
In Amphorius, untitled statues are a prevalent sight. As for the inspiration behind these statues, they are said to be the clay figures that Kefali made at the world's creation. They made clay figures in their likeness, bestowed upon them the breath of life, and allowed the golden divinity of their blood to course through. Thus, the very first mortals roamed the earth, receiving the gods' mercy while realizing the sorrows of this world. But that sorrow was, in the end, only the sorrow of the world. Nobody ever cared what lay behind the smile, what the clay figure thought.
I do wonder how now, knowing how the iterations worked, how Kefli came to be like the source of how humans look in appearance. And also, it's Kefli's golden blood is like the source of golden blood. So is Kefli just a stand-in for Nanook?
The people likened him to the blazing sun, bringing to Amphorius a glorious dawn.
I mean, I guess technically all the Titans have golden blood though, because they all have, like, yeah, they all have golden blood. So I guess it's not just Nanook, but Kefli for some reason became a person, like, is a person of all of them.
And for his part, he embraced their expectations, being willing to become the perfect vessel. Like that god who shouldered the world, the man never cried or frowned. Yet he is not proud of his resolve. For sometimes he even avoids the funerals of the departed, only out of fear that he cannot cry for those in pain. He once sought out emotions of sorrow and walked with the lowliest of people.
Henceforth, your misfortune shall be my misfortune.
Responsibly and diligently, he protected all for the people. Living in dilapidated cottages, sitting on aged stools, subsisting on nuts and fruit, beset by hunger and cold. The people thanked him for his grace. Like a hearth warming winter nights, the man's presence dispelled the cold, leaving warmth with promises of morrow. Whence does his warmth come from? None ask. The man gradually perceives his true nature, but he dares not speak. Unable to bear the turmoil in his heart, the man set off on a journey once more.
Then I shall go save what I can.
He was a formidable warrior, invincible in battle, and when it was necessary to sacrifice for fellows, he could do so with ease, giving up everything without a show. Just as the ballad blown on the breeze says, losses are a constant on the flame-chased journey. Indeed, sacrifices were not hard for him, yet his misgivings grew with every tomorrow. Like a tear that cannot be shed, such a resolute willingness to let go comes only from the fact that in decisions, he is utterly unafraid to hurt himself.
It is because you suffer that you are so much stronger than any ordinary person.
There were also those who could understand him. Among them, the Crown Prince. But he smiled wryly in response. Perhaps everything was just human nature. Yet his misgivings never dissipated. This unknown man in an unknown corner, from time to time, is swallowed by terror.
Could it be that, unknowingly, path I walk is by no means the correct one?
Maybe.
Fearing only that the greater the burden, the more the mistakes. The road trod by heroes need not be that beset by thorns. Finally, at the terminus of that road, in a desolate, empty place, the man's arms tremble. The power is beyond control, savaging all around it. This is the end of his road. But perhaps he had long foreseen it, but was doomed to be powerless to change it.
I am willing to shoulder this world. That is no lie.
But before the tears could flow, they were vaporized by the heat. His light blazed brighter than the sun, but beneath it, there was but cold destruction. The nameless hero, Kaslana. He had never loved himself. Why would he love this world? A gust of wind will one day sweep past, wiping away all of the man's tracks. Nearly every footprint was stamped full of the fury that filled him. That humble youth, faded away with the flames into yesterday. The first ray of light to pierce the long night was brought by the burning man, but the body that bore the weight of the world was forged by the fires of wrath. Rage is a crafty emotion. It changes its face, concealing itself within the man's life. His friend fought blood-soaked battles so their people would need fight no longer. But every victory and battle he gained left him neither satisfied nor proud, only with the indifference of emptiness.
You must be careful. Duty does not drive you to wield your blade, but hate.
His teacher kindly reminded him thus.
And behind that hatred, you seem to desire the destruction of the self.
But what about his joy? Was that too merely a phony disguise? He who once laughed amidst the crowd, day after day, as though it were second nature. No, even though he knew not the meaning of love, that happy past was not a lie someone wove. But now, even those memories have melted into fury. His hatred is such that he cannot hold on to what he cherishes, though all is precious to him. Fueled with lone courage, he attempted to resist fate, but the burning sun that shines upon all creatures once fallen will incinerate the land, becoming golden death. But what of his sorrow? Indeed, the man could shed no tears, but at the moment the cycle manifested, when all that was familiar was now remote, the world collapsed, becoming empty in an instant. But the stabbing pain in the man's heart, was it but the residual warmth of his wraths? The truth no longer important, the man simply took another step forward. He wasn't willing to believe it, but was willing to acknowledge it.
There is no need to question your heart. No need to crave victory. If I am born to be a vessel of sin, then I shall roar at evil, and together with it burn.
In the endless cycles, there were some moments when the man felt everything dissolve like a dream. In that dream, he would awaken again and become once more that boy who loved to laugh. But were he to open his eyes, the fury would cast a shadow. He saw the creators choke his throat, gurgling and gasping. And in that boundless dream, he mistook them for his own jest. But their true forms were violent hatred towards the creators, towards himself. The prophecy departed. Amphorius was unable to usher in the dawn. What rises in the distance is not the morning sun, but a ball of all-devouring fire, setting the universe in conflagration, searing till the end of time.
Hopefully he becomes the anti-destruction Lord Ravager. That would be pretty cool. Well, in the coming updates, the ones to look out for are Terravox and Oryx's one. Before we go, I did mention looking up list of arch enemies again. For their mention on Iron Tomb, just to see how it has progressed. Wherever that list is. It's higher up somewhere. List of arch enemies. Where are you? Can I filter? No, I can't filter by alphabetical order or anything like that. List of Tin Lords Commission criminals. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Oh my goodness, where is it? List of arch enemies. There we go. Okay. Lord Ravenger. Yeah, Iron Tomb. Yeah, so Iron Tomb's modus operandi is attacking technologically advanced civilizations. All survivors, without exception, recount the same experience, a complete intellectual collapse. In a flash, inorganic AI legions are paralyzed or turn against their mates, so there is an AI rebellion. Outer space defenses arrays begin targeting the home planet. Flying vehicles scatter at random like flies, unable to target the enemy. Iron Tomb's forte is attacking civilized worlds confident in their technology. Recently, the Shinjo Yoche has produced intelligence about Iron Tombs attacking the Baranza Forge. We must guard against this attack as soon as we can. Yeah, so the destruction equation targets technology and just makes everything malfunction and destroy itself. That's 3.4. Pretty good. I don't think it lost its momentum as I was like, you know, hopefully it wouldn't from 3.3, since that 3.3 is great. I think it was pretty good still. And I do wonder how long this arc is going to be now. So now we're at 3.5 next, which is going to be the start of the new cycle. We're going to meet everyone again. Maybe they'll have their memories if Lygus kept his word on that. It'd be nice of him. I don't know why he would, but it'd be nice of him. And now I'm more interested in this Terravox plotline with the permanence. I mean, that came out of left field. But other than that, thank you all for watching. And until we meet again, may the sands of time treat you well.